Right. Good morning, everyone. The meeting will start in a minute or so. Could I ask that you all turn your cameras on, but leave your microphones on mute, please? The inspector will be starting the meeting shortly. Oh, Mr. Tucker, I've just noticed you're showing as QC. I don't know if you want to change that. Makes no difference, but I thought I'd just let you know.
No, I will, Carol. At the moment, I'm just juggling about 2 or 3 different things.
Right, it's all right, because I'm not normally. I've noticed it has been KC, but I thought I'd just let you know. It's no problem. Don't worry.
No, it's
not nothing.
Logging in with a different Zoom account. I'll sort that out in just a second. But thank you.
Yeah, like I said, no rush. No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Can everyone hear me? Thank you. This hearing session for matter 8 on viability and first homes is now open. It forms part of the examination of the climate emergency review of the Lancaster District Strategic Policies and Land Allocation Development Plan document and Development Management Development Plan document. My name's Ms. Joanna Gilbert, and I am the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this examination and to report to the Council in due course. The hearing today will be a structured discussion which I shall lead based on the agenda that's been previously distributed and is available on the website. The purpose of the hearing is to enable people in the virtual hearing to put forward their points of view and to help me to get the information that I need. Before we start discussion, I'll just go through some formalities, just starting with introductions. We'll have some different people on the council's team today, I'm sure. So can I turn to Mr. Brophy to introduce the council's team for today's matter?
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Gilbert. Yes, I think there's 1 or 2 perhaps people from the external world as well. So I'll just introduce myself, Maurice Brophy, Service Manager for Planning and Housing Strategy at Lancaster City Council. And I'm accompanied today by Fiona Clark, Planning Officer at Lancaster City Council, Susanna Dart, Climate Change Policy Officer at Lancaster City Council, and Diane Neville, Principal Planning Officer at Lancaster City Council. We also have an external consultant with us, Dominic Houston from Three Dragons, who's here representing the Council on Viability Matters. And we are legally represented again today by Paul Tucker, KC from King's Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Brophy. And just to turn to those participants who are representing different organisations this morning, can I just ask the representative from the Home Builders Federation to introduce themselves, please?
Good morning, ma'am. Mark Barrett from the HBF.
Good morning, Mr. Barrett. And the representative from Taylor Wimpey, please.
Morning, ma'am. Paul Nellist from Astir Planning, representing Taylor Wimpey.
Thank you, Mr. Nellist. And I understand that Storey Homes are not going to be specifically represented this morning, as Mr. Daub was unable to attend. But I understand that Storey Homes have made reference to Cushman and Wakefield, And could the Cushman and Wakefield representative please introduce themselves, please?
Morning, Mum. Hannah Gradwell from Cushman and Wakefield, representing a developer consortium comprising Story Homes as well as Gleeson Homes, Persimmon Homes, Oakmere Homes, Eric Wright Group, Taylor Wimpey and Roland Homes.
Okay, thank you. I think we can probably refer to them as the developer consortium if you need to today, but thank you and hello, Ms Gradwell. And last but not least, we've got Derwent Development Management represented.
Thank you, ma'am. May well be the least, I'm afraid. So yeah, Mark Aylward from ATP representing Derwent, as you say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aylward. I'm sure that's not the case, but thank you anyway. Okay. So with introductions over and done with, you should all have met Carol Crooks on joining the hearing today. She's the programme officer and she's responsible for organising the hearing sessions and for the publication of documentation. And she's your first point of contact if any assistance is required. Just in terms of housekeeping, if you can please make sure that all mobile phones are turned off or switched to silent. Every hearing is being recorded and placed on the council's website, and live streaming is also taking place. Just in terms of breaks, I've timetabled a break at 11 o'clock till 11:30 between session 1 and session 2. If, however, there are any breaks required prior to that, please do tell me. In terms of the documentation for this examination, the plans under examination are the Climate Emergency Review of the Lancaster District Strategic Policies and Land Allocation Development Plan document and the Development Management Development Plan document. And prior to submission of those plans to the Secretary of State for examination, the Regulation 19 consultation took place, and I have those representations before me and I will be taking them into account. I've previously identified matters, issues and questions which are available on the website, and I've received hearing statements from the council and from others, and they are all provided on the examination webpage. So as I mentioned, the agenda setting out the matter to be discussed today is based on those matters, issues and questions, and that's available on the website, and we'll do our best to follow that. Just in terms of an overview of the examination and my role, I'm tasked with considering the soundness of the plans in accordance with the criteria in the National Planning Policy Framework and whether it's legally compliant. The hearings are intended to assist me in that regard. So in submitting the plans, the council considers that they are sound, and this is the starting point for the examination. If you're challenging the soundness of the plans, then please explain why and what changes would be necessary to make it sound. I have read and will take into account the hearing statements as well as the original representations. If you do wish to refer me to a particular document, please do refer to the document number if it has one, the name of the document, and any paragraph and page number that's relevant so that I can go back to it in my notes later. I will need to ask questions to test the plans for soundness and legal compliance. You will have heard I've already been doing this, and the council and other participants have responded to these questions on previous days. This will continue today. If you wish to speak, please raise your virtual hand. In speaking during the hearing, please be concise and specific, and please switch on your video at the time that you're speaking. You don't need to have your video on the whole time unless you are speaking, please. It's open to the council to propose further changes to the plans, and I've already asked on previous days that they keep a record of possible changes that arise during the hearings. And we'll be having a session this afternoon to go through any actions arising from discussion over the week of sitting. This is a public session which anybody may attend to observe, and any main modifications should be the subject of future consultation. Just to note, the examination remains open until my report is submitted to the council. No further representations or evidence will be accepted after the hearing sessions are finished unless I specifically request otherwise. And at the end of the hearing sessions, I'll indicate likely timescales of the next phases of the examination. Does anybody have any questions at this point about procedural matters? Mr. Tucker.
Yes, madam, really just in relation to this afternoon, we, as you would expect, have a working draft of the ongoing changes that we've been discussing during the course of the week, and also a series of action notes. They're no more than working draft documents. We thought it might be useful to share those with the programme officer in advance of this afternoon session, Madam, so that you at least see our workings before we start off, and you can compare them with yours to make sure that we haven't missed anything, if that's acceptable.
That would be fine. We obviously have hopefully a little bit of time in between the end of the viability session and the mop-up session. I've been working up a table possibly similar to the council's, so absolutely happy to look at that.
Thank you, Madam.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So anything further before we move on to matter 8 itself? No, thank you. Okay, so matter 8 deals with viability in first homes, and the issue that I've identified is whether the plans take a justified and effective approach to the viability and deliverability of sites and policies. And I set out in the agenda for today the first point of consistency of the viability work with national policy, the planning practice guidance and the RICS guidance. And if I could just ask a very similar question to the one I asked in my matters, issues and questions, and I'll ask that to the council first of all and then open it up to other participants. And that is the council's approach to viability consistent with national policy, the planning practice guidance and RICS guidance?
Okay, Mr. Houston will answer that first query for the council.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd just like to confirm that the viability work that was done as part of the evidence base for the 2 local plan documents is consistent with national policy and guidance. The findings of the viability assessment draw upon a set of typologies and a sample of allocated sites representative of the development proposed. They include the cost of complying with the development policies in the local plan, as well as national requirements. The approach to costs follows planning guidance. The inclusion of values, both for development values and land, follows guidance as well. And the evidence is provided as an overall summary report, 2 technical appendices, and is then followed by an addendum report as well. Documents P20 through to, P20.1 through to P20.4.
Thank you. And did any of the participants have any points that they wanted to make on that particular question? Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. With regard to this question, ma'am, we set out in our hearing statement the table at paragraph 2.4, our summary really of the response to this question, where we really have sort of 3 key points, key areas where we have concerns in terms of the compliance with the guidance. The first point, ma'am, is in relation to stakeholder engagement, and I appreciate that's a separate item on the agenda, so we'll come back to that later. The second point, ma'am, is with regards to the evidence base, and in particular the transparency and robustness of the evidence base. So we won't repeat our representations, ma'am, but there are a wide range of issues that we've identified where the information has not been forthcoming or clear in that respect. So without going into repetition, just some examples, ma'am, there's information relating to the market value evidence, so things like floor areas, property addresses, indexation calculations have not been provided, and despite multiple requests for those. Similarly, the second-hand data that's been relied on. So there's a table, ma'am, table A1 in the addendum, that's document 20.4. Table A1, there's a series of calculations within that document, ma'am, including new build premium calculations, and there's no explanation or clarity as to how those calculations have been undertaken and the figures provided. And again, we've asked for clarification on this, and struggling to analyse it without that clarity. And I think in particular, ma'am, on the affordable housing revenues and the evidence base, there's stated to be dialogue with registered providers and with the council, but none of this information has been provided to enable stakeholders to analyse the robustness of the evidence base. So the PPG, ma'am, paragraph 20 states that the inputs and findings in a viability assessment should be set out in a way that aids clear interpretation and interrogation by decision makers, and we just feel that the key aspects of the evidence base have not been provided to enable that proper scrutiny. The second point, ma'am, if we may make here, I think it's probably the best place to make it just with regards to the actual model that's been adopted in the testing and the methodology. Again, in our hearing statements and representations, we've raised a number of queries with regards to the actual methodology, and in particular, it appears that the developer's profit is not actually included in the appraisal, but is manually deducted outside of the appraisal, and instead the benchmark land values are a cost within the appraisal. And if this has been adopted, ma'am, we would very much welcome the clarity from the council. And this would be an unrecognised methodology, not consistent with guidance or any other models that we have seen at the plan making stage with regards to viability. And I think in relation to that point, ma'am, again, it goes back to that transparency and clarity in the evidence base. The figures in the annotated appraisal that the council provided and the cash flows do not align. And so we've highlighted this at paragraph 6.35 onwards of our Regulation 19 representation, ma'am. So if it may help, ma'am, if I can just draw you to, in the addendum, document 20.4, table 3.1 is the annotated development appraisal, and the corresponding figure 4.7 is the corresponding cash flow. I'll just wait for you to get to these documents, ma'am.
So I'm in the document now. Could you just repeat those?
It's table 3.1, ma'am, is the example annotated appraisal. And then the corresponding cash flow for that appraisal, ma'am, is figure 4.7.
And figure 4.7.
Figure 4.7, yes, the corresponding cash flows, that annotated appraisal.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a look in here, ma'am, so the bill cost in table 3.1, the annotated appraisal is stated as 14.4 million. But then if you go to the corresponding cash flow, the market housing bill cost 12.12 million, and the affordable housing bill cost 3.845 million. That equals 15.965 million. So there's a discrepancy of £1.5 million between the annotated appraisal and the supporting cash flow. The same issue arises, mum, with regards to the exceptional development costs, the finance and the residual land value. So again, mum, we're just struggling with the clarity of the evidence base. We can't reconcile the figures, which makes it extremely difficult to interpret and analyse the results. I think the final point on the methodology and the model, ma'am, is with regards to the land value that's been used by Three Dragons in their results table. So it appears that the gross land value before purchaser's cost has been used rather than the actual net land value specified in the appraisal summaries in Appendix K of the viability assessment. And we have shown that this could overstate the land value and the subsequent viability of each site by varying degrees and up to £2 million or more for the largest sites, as shown in the table at paragraph 6.446 of our Regulation 18 representations. So as a minimum, ma'am, we recommended some cross-checks using a recognised industry software such as Argus Developer, and to have full clarity and transparency that the methodology and the model is robust. Our concerns have not been alleviated at the moment, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gradwell. Okay, the council has quite a lot to respond to there. So, Mr. Houston.
Thank you, Inspector. Yes, so I will. I've made a note of the points Ms. Gradwell's made, and I'll run through them. But forgive me if I have missed any. Please bring them to my attention. The first of those related to market values, where, as a result of the consultation at Regulation 18, we provided further information as part of the addendum report, which is document P 20.1, as noted by Ms. Gradwell. One of the points of clarification within that document related to the use of the values and how they were calculated from the land registry price paid data that we use. So it's probably important to note that our preferred way of calculating the values, most robust way of calculating the values, is by using the data purely from new build transactions. However, because of the very small quantity of development in some of the more rural areas of the district, there isn't enough new build data. And for that reason, we've used an uplift based on existing stock. So this is applied to some dwelling types, not all dwelling types, in Carnforth, in Morecambe, Forest of Bowland, and Arnside and Silverdale. And this is purely related to filling the gaps in the database. And in table A1, it's possible to see how that calculation has been done. It also specifies what the premium is that's been used to undertake those uplifts as well. So that's my sort of response there in terms of market values and how second-hand data is used. I think there was then some query about the evidence for the consultation work that was undertaken with affordable housing providers, registered providers. Here, I'm sure people around the table are aware, the standard practice is that these consultations are undertaken with these organisations, but they're undertaken on a confidential basis. And in fact, I have noted elsewhere within the evidence-based comments, this is noted by other participants as well. The reason is that whilst housing associations aren't fully commercial, aren't profit-making organisations, they are most definitely commercial organisations, and the amount of information that they're able to provide in terms of sorry, forgive me if I'm not talking very clearly. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, forgive me. Yes. So the amount of information they're able to provide to be put in the public domain is quite limited, and I have never come across area-wide viability studies where detailed response from housing associations has been provided, and I'm surprised that it's being requested, if I'm honest, because clearly release of that information would compromise housing associations' ability to bid for Section 106 housing. So that's my response really on the affordable housing consultation. I understand the need for transparency, but it's also quite clear that some of the information is being provided on a confidential basis. I then have a set of queries in relation to how we've handled benchmark land value and developer return. So I can confirm that the benchmark land value, along with the purchase cost, is included within the model. Generally speaking, the land costs are cash flowed at the beginning of each development period, along with the costs associated with that, stamp duty, land tax, and agents and legal. In this way, there are finance charges relating to those costs, and they're carried throughout the model. The developer return is calculated based on the values at the end of the process. So there's no finance charges on those. And this methodology is quite common for area-wide viability studies, and is in order to use a benchmark land value rather than a sort of a residual land value. This is necessary in order to understand what the potential headroom might be for things like SIL as well. Now, I know we're not examining SIL at the moment, but clearly that was part of the study process, and that's why that approach is taken both here and in other studies as well. I think there was a comment about cash and how there are apparently different inputs from the table which provided more detail on the inputs to the models and then subsequent cash flow. So this is table, so forgive me as I go to this. So this is table 3.1 in document 20.4, and then a comparison between figures there, and then the corresponding cash flow for that typology, which is Res 7 in figure 4.7. I would say that the difference there is the inclusion of, I think it's probably the plot cost, but there is certainly the correct figures are used within that. There was then commentary about the use of the Three Dragons model and whether that's a suitable model for use in an area-wide viability study such as this. I would say this model's been used in maybe 30 to 40 area-wide viability studies for local authorities that have been judged sound at examination. It's a long-standing model, and it's been peer-reviewed, and I don't have any misgivings about its calculation of finance payments or other outputs. There's no specific guidance about what model should be used for area-wide viability assessments. And I appreciate Ms. Gradwell was advocating the use of Argus. I mean, Argus is just one of a number of proprietary models that are in use to estimate viability. I think that was the list of queries, but please do remind me if I've missed something out.
Ms. Gradwell, you have your hand up.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the council for responding to the queries. We still have a number of concerns based on those responses, ma'am. So firstly, with regards to the affordable housing data, we appreciate that some data may be confidential. We have access to a huge amount of data from our clients who are, the actual market in this location. And what we've done, ma'am, is redacted that information and presented it in a way that enables you to have clarity on that key evidence without disclosing confidential details. So we would at least request as a minimum a summary, an anonymised summary of the consultation which has been carried out with registered providers. That's quite common in our experience in other Northwest authorities, and we fully appreciate the need to maintain confidentiality, but it's not possible to support assumptions without any evidence at all to substantiate those, ma'am. And the second point, ma'am, the council have confirmed that the benchmark land value is included as a cost in the model and the developer's profit is not. We have never come across that methodology in any other Northwest authority, ma'am. And by consequence, with the benchmark land value being included, that means that the finance cost in the appraisal is being calculated on a lower benchmark land value rather than the actual higher residual land value. And therefore, by consequence, the finance cost must be understated. Within the model, we undertook a series of sense check appraisals, ma'am, within our Regulation 18 representation to check the finance cost. That's at paragraphs 6.242 to 258 of our Regulation 18 representation. And we mirrored, as far as possible, based on the information provided, all of Three Dragons' assumptions. And in one example, ma'am, we found the finance cost calculated by Argus developer was 123% higher compared to the council's model. So, in our experience, ma'am, that is not a recognised methodology, and it does not reflect how house builders appraise development sites and assess the viability of development. And it's crucial that the viability does reflect the market, ma'am, because that's the purpose of the assessment. I think that the final point, ma'am, just with regards to the discrepancies that we identified in the appraisal and the cash flow, and we appreciate the council may need some time to go back and check and clarify that, but from what's just been discussed, we don't have any assurance at all that the actual correct figures have been used in both the appraisal and the cash flow. The bill cost, ma'am, was one example. There's the exceptional development costs are 3.848 million in the appraisal compared to 3.174 million in the cash flow. And it goes back to that point, ma'am, that a lot of costs appear to have been aggregated under single headings, and there's just, again, not that transparency as to where each cost is in the appraisal and the cash flow, and we would very much welcome that clarity, please, to enable proper scrutiny of the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gradwell. Mr. Houston.
Thank you, Inspector. I'd really just like to go back in terms of the anonymised inputs in relation to housing associations. It was quite clear in our discussion with housing associations, they did not wish any information that might possibly identify them be made public, and that's why we've taken the approach that we've adopted. And I understand there can be different ways of doing it, but this is the way that we've undertaken to fulfill our obligations for those who provided us with the information. In terms of the use of the benchmark land value cost in the model, this is needed in order to estimate what the headroom might be in order to support planning obligations. And I think it's possible that there's been some misunderstanding about the purpose of these viability studies and how they work in order to provide an estimate of headroom from which planning obligations might be drawn. Is that if the whole residual value is put back through the model, there is logically no headroom because it's all gone as a payment to land. In terms of discrepancies in cash flow and costs aggregated, we have been quite transparent about the range of costs and their application, and probably the best place to see that is within chapter 5 in the main viability report P20.1, and certainly tables 5.9 and 5.10 provide, I think, quite clear summary information about that. Following the Reg 18 consultations, we used the work example, and that's one of the examples that Ms. Gradwell's referred to, which then explains how different parts of those costs are incorporated within the model inputs and how they're reflected in the outputs as well. And I think that does represent sufficient clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Mr. Elwood.
Thank you, Mum. I think my queries are hopefully more straightforward. Our interests are in relation to employment development rather than housing, so it's a slightly different tack. The Council's own evidence already confirms and identifies that employment development is non-viable, but nevertheless seeks to adopt a number of these amended obligations through the new revised policy that will have viability implications rather. In terms of what that evidence base is, my understanding is that the Lambert Smith Hampton report from 2018 provided the detail in terms of employment and confirmed that it was non-viable. I've referred in my evidence to the relevant extracts from that report. But then the Three Dragons reports that's followed is predominantly kind of relied upon and focused upon residential development for the reasons that are understandable and clear. But nevertheless, the Council's evidence goes back some years and confirms that it's non-viable. So our real concern is when you refer back to the MPPG, that when you get to DM stage, assuming that you find this plan sound, Ma'am, there'll be an assumption that that those policies have been properly tested and will not affect the viability of those developments, and we assume that all applications would be able to remain viable upon their application. So that's our concern, Ma'am, is that there's a even though that there's a kind of a clear admittance that the developments, the typologies are non-viable, the policies are nevertheless applied, and we think that's just unreasonable and inconsistent, because it would mean then that when we get to DM stage, any applications that follow would either have to run viability appraisals, or otherwise there'd just be a tension between the adopted plan and reality. So we would welcome the Council's comments on that, and our preference, of course, would therefore be that these uplifted obligations should not apply to those typologies where it's been already confirmed that they are non-viable. Thank you.
I'll go to Ms Gradwell next before I come back to the council. Ms Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a brief point. Yeah, we've made our position clear, ma'am. Won't repeat that again. Just on the methodology, ma'am. So the established methodology for viability is gross development value less gross development cost to calculate a residual land value, which is then compared to the benchmark land value to assess the headroom. And we have never seen the benchmark land value as a cost as part of the development costs. It's just not a methodology that we've seen adopted in any other study or by any house builder. So just for absolute full clarity, we have a lot of concerns there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Houston.
Thank you, Inspector. Just in relation to non-residential development, the viability evidence does include non-residential development within Chapter 7 of P 20.1. It does indeed confirm much of what Mr Elwood said, that most of the non-residential development within Lancaster is not viable. The conclusion of that section in summary was that whilst much of the development is not viable, the additional policy costs for building to BREEAM excellent standard are small and do not alter the viability position. Now, it should be noted that the viability testing is for non-residential development as brought forward in terms of speculative development. This doesn't preclude the possibility that design and build for specific occupiers might take place, and clearly the motivations for doing so will relate to the profitability of the occupier rather than the value of the premises itself. Building to BREEAM excellent is likely to have an impact on build costs, but it's going to be relatively small, and those uplifts are set out in table 7.2. And as you can see, they range from a bit under 2% over build costs to a bit under 0.5% on build cost. In relation to benchmark land values, I've got, and their use within the model, I've got nothing further to add beyond that which I've just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Tucker.
2 points, Madam, if I may, and I obviously tread warily before dipping my toes in this particular water. The first of which is, you've heard from Ms Gradwell, her experience and whether or not this comprises an orthodox approach or not. Your question rightly asks us whether or not the approach conforms to RICS guidance, PPG and national policy, which is obviously the predominant focus, not whether it happens to comply to the internal approaches taken by Ms Gradwell's clients. The issue is compliance with the RICS guidance, and you have our answer in our written text in relation to that, which that Mr Houston can expand upon if necessary, but that's the important focus. The second point is, you heard from Ms Gradwell some very specific questions about the inputs relating to figure 3.1 and 4.7, which were said to be examples of inconsistent inputs. I'm really sort of assisting you, Madam. If it is suggested that there are specific inconsistencies, numerical inconsistencies between tables, I've just been reading through again the Cushman & Wakefield documentation and not yet found any specific inconsistencies that are pointed out along the lines that you heard a few moments ago. Now, that's not a criticism because one prepares for these in a detailed way up to the last minute. But if there are said to be inconsistent numerical inputs between tables, I don't want that left hanging as an unanswered point. So I wonder if perhaps behind the scenes we could have each specific instance that's identified so that we can check it to make sure that we are comfortable that there isn't that inconsistency. Self-evidently, there is a degree of mathematical input to all of this, and sometimes things do go awry. That's not saying that they are or are not right, but it's important that you don't just have these are inconsistent and then we've not yet double checked those behind the scenes. So that's an open request to Ms. Gradwell to specify each and every instance where there's said to be a specific inconsistency of input, and we'll check behind the scenes. I hope that's helpful, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Just in terms of who's got their hand up, I know Mr. Elwood's had his hand up for a little while now, but just on that point that Mr. Tucker's just raised, can I come back to Ms. Gradwell first of all, please?
Thank you, Ma'am, and thank you to Mr. Tucker. We'd be more than happy to do so. I think just the first point that Mr. Tucker raised, Ma'am, the PPG RICS guidance requires us to reflect the market. Our clients are the market. The viability must reflect the market approach. But we're on that second point, Ma'am, we're more than happy to just bullet point where we've identified those discrepancies and send that to the programme officer if helpful.
Thank you. So if Ms. Gradwell, you could provide discrepancies. Mr. Tucker, you've got your hand up again. I'll come back to you.
I'm very keen that this is not a programme officer issue unless there really is a point here. What I've indicated is a willingness to check our workings behind the scenes, not to essentially involve you, Madam, in an exercise of a further exchange of evidence. I appreciate the timings of matters, i.e. the Reg 18 documentation from Ms. Gradwell, I think was September of last year, and that the addendum document she's referred to precedes the hearing statement. I haven't spotted those inconsistencies identified in the hearing statement. So this is really us saying we want to make sure that there isn't a point here before you finally close the examination, Madam, not that we want to engage in yet another round of evidence tennis. So my position would be, and certainly my client's position I anticipate will be, that we're happy to look at that behind the scenes, but not happy to engage you, Madam, in terms of the exercise, unless it reveals that there has been an inconsistency, in which case we will, of course, draw that to your attention, consistent with professional duties that Mr. Houston and Ms. Gradwell both have to ensure that you have the correct information. That was my anticipation. Madam, you will, of course, be aware there's a difference between having regard to how the market approaches matters and following the RICS guidelines as an approach. The two are slightly different, and the PPG needs careful reading, but that's a point I'm sure you're aware of. Okay,
Ms. Gradwell.
It may help, Ma'am, for Mr. Tucker, 6.31 to 6.39 of our Regulation 19 representations. We haven't line for line identified every single discrepancy, but you can get a good flavour there. If that may help us, rather than additional submissions, that may help.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gradwell. Can I ask if Cushman and Wakefield and the council can talk to one another outside the hearings, discuss the content of 6.31 to 6.39 and any further discrepancies that have been mentioned this morning or that Cushman and Wakefield considers to be discrepancies, and then as necessary the council will then come back to me after that. And perhaps if we could discuss timescales for that. Mr. Tucker, you've got your hand up again.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to say, we 100% will, because if there are genuine discrepancies rather than differences of methodology, then it's important that those are corrected. At the moment, I've looked at those very paragraphs before responding, and I confess it doesn't give the sort of clarity of this figure is wrong, look at this figure. And if there are a series of them, of course we'd take that on board. All parties are here to help you rather than to advocate a case. And then, of course, Mr. Houston and his team will look at that behind the scenes. And if there is a genuine discrepancy rather than change a difference of methodology or difference of opinion, we'll draw that to your attention, Madam, and we can discuss that timescale behind the scenes, as it were.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Elwood, thank you for your patience.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I think it was more important to resolve that particular debate. It's more fundamental, I think, to much of this plan. So, but in terms of back to employment, Mr. Houston referred to, he firstly accepted that his evidence and prior evidence has confirmed that the employment development typologies are non-viable. But he then moved on to suggest that effectively it didn't really matter because the cost differentials were limited compared to, as in moving from BREEAM very good, say, to BREEAM excellent, and then also referring to essentially special purchaser approaches to viability. My understanding is that ordinarily development is assessed on a speculative basis because it's obviously understood that special purchaser models can have different and unusual, atypical results. So I think really my understanding is as a non-valuer, as a non-viability person, that the council's conclusion has been from 2018 onwards, the employment development was non-viable. It's now saying that these additional obligations will increase costs further. So to my mind, that reinforces the point that it was already non-viable, it's going to be worse. And that appears to me to go against the guidance which would suggest that obligations shouldn't be imposed if they're going to worsen viability performance, particularly when they were non-viable in the first place. Thank you.
Mr. Houston.
I think really I can only restate, I think, what I said before, that we acknowledge that there is an increase in costs. We certainly acknowledge the mixed viability for non-residential development, and just point to the scale of the additional cost and invite you to take a view about whether that's a significant change that will put development non-residential buildings at risk. So again, really the right-hand column of table 7.2 sets that out. I suppose the only further thing that might be said about this issue is that for buildings that may be financed through institutional investment, it's likely that there will be a requirement for buildings to meet a certain quality standard, and that's likely to include environmental quality standards as well. But I mean, clearly that will differ from situation to situation, depending on the finance method that's used. But certainly for institutional grade investment, it's likely that BREEAM Excellent will be required irrespective of the council's policy requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Mr. Elwood?
Yeah, just to go back on that. So I represent a developer rather than an institution, and they don't require BREEAM Excellent to deliver their schemes. Their tenants, they don't require, in my understanding, BREEAM Excellent either. So even though I appreciate that in certain instances that wouldn't be the case, I think Mr. Houston's comment there doesn't hold water in the context of my client's interests. It would just be an additional cost. I also note in the council's representations there was a comment that I was really surprised by, I must say, where there was essentially a reference to employment development coming forward on the basis of grant funding in the past. And of course, that it cannot be relied upon. Yeah, it could not be relied upon in years gone by when European funding was available. It certainly can't be relied upon now. So I think, again, there's just a sort of a series of straws being clutched at in terms of the way development could come forward regardless of the council's own viability evidence. And I think it's just not appropriate, because these policies are being deemed as requirements. They're not being worded in such a manner where development that was BREEAM Excellent will be given significant positive weight. For example, these are requirements, and it's so therefore any development that couldn't deliver against that would either have to submit a viability appraisal or otherwise be deemed potentially in conflict with the plan as a whole. So, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Houston, any further response on what you've just heard from Mr. Elwood?
Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I understand where both parties are coming from on that point. Anything further on this first point of consistency of the viability work with national policy, the PPG and the RICS guidance? No, thank you. Okay. So just in where there's always crossover in terms of what you're discussing, but just in terms of consideration of inputs, development types, phasing, and local circumstances. So can I ask the council whether their viability work adequately reflects local circumstances, please?
Thank you, Inspector. I can confirm that it does in a way that's proportionate and compliant with planning guidance. So the key inputs in the viability testing are the sales values for residential development, which are clearly drawn from new build sales within Lancaster district, split into the different value areas, which we use both for this viability work and in the viability work for the previous local plan. Also the values for affordable housing, which we've already talked about in relation to provision of information from registered providers who are active in Lancaster district. We've also used values for non-residential development as well, which have been drawn primarily from within Lancaster district, although I should caveat by saying where there are little or no transaction evidence, then we've had to cast a net further for those. The build costs are drawn from BCIS, but these are rebased for Lancaster district, and that's for both residential and non-residential development. The policy costs have been specific to those for the draft local plan. Plus, there have been policy costs which are required by national government as well, and those have used the various impact assessments. The costs for biodiversity net gain are regionally based because that's the information that's available in a suitable form for this. And so as you can, and then of course the existing use value for land has also been drawn from local evidence as well.
Thank you. Anything on that, Ms. Gradwell?
Thank you, ma'am. We have a number of points to make, ma'am, with regards to kind of values, then cost, then land values. Would you like us to make them all at once or individually back to the council? How would you prefer?
I think it would probably be better just in terms of volume to do it one by one and allow the council a chance to respond, because I'm not sure whether Mr. Houston will cope with it, but my head might certainly explode.
No, that's fine, no problem. So just with regards to values first, ma'am, so we've discussed kind of the concerns we have with regards to the transparency of the evidence base for the market values. There's another point, ma'am, that the council came back on in their addendum statement of consultation, a suggestion that the incentives are included in the sales and marketing cost allowance of 3% of GDV, rather than actually assessing net sales values for the purposes of the assessment. And we have concerns with this approach, ma'am, because a 3% of GDV allowance would not be sufficient to account for sales incentives as well as all other sales and marketing costs. So we presented clear evidence, ma'am, within our representations to justify what a reasonable incentive allowance would be. Also, the council's viability protocol, SPD, states that the preference is for incentives to be taken off sales values. So we think it's very, very important that those sales values are reconsidered and an appropriate adjustment made for non-cash incentives and extras which are not reflected in the land registry figures. If the council's position remains that it's included in the sales and marketing cost allowance of 3% of GDV, then that would need to be significantly increased to allow for that incentive provision, which is normally in the order of sort of 3 to 5% of value, ma'am. The second point, ma'am, just on values is affordable housing. So I know we've discussed the evidence base in the previous point. I think just very importantly, on the council's viability SPD, which is now adopted, requires the applicant to evidence their affordable housing values through engagement with registered providers and provision of, offers. So if the council is requiring that approach at the application stage, we don't understand how it can be anonymous and confidential at the plan making stage. And indeed, there is no evidence to justify the assumptions. In contrast, ma'am, we have provided anonymised registered provider evidence from our clients, maintaining the full confidentiality of that data to clearly justify what we feel are reasonable affordable housing transfer value assumptions. And that demonstrates, ma'am, the council's values are, in our view, overstated based on the actual evidence that we have provided. So yeah, we can't support the affordable transfer values as they are currently proposed. And the final issue on that, ma'am, is that the council's hearing statement now refers to a capitalised rental approach having been adopted to calculate the affordable housing transfer values, which is the first time that has been mentioned. There's no reference to that in the Three Dragons work. It just appears that, you know, certain figures have been adopted at paragraph 5.18 of the viability assessment document 20.1, and it just says that a midpoint of 70% of market value has been adopted and actual values for affordable rent. There's no reference to a capitalised rental approach, and if that approach has indeed been adopted, which we need clarification on, then we need to see all of the assumptions in that model, so the rents, the cost, the yield, to understand if they're reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gradwell. Mr. Houston.
Thank you, Inspector. So first of all, incentives and how we've handled those. So I'd recognise that incentives and other sales costs are part of the development viability process. We've handled those specifically within the sales and marketing allowance, where there's an allowance set out in table 5.10 of 3%. And this is split between agents, sales costs in relation to legal costs of sales, and incentives and marketing. And we've, in a way, sort of really had a rehearsal of this debate about whether it's sufficient, and we've illustrated the what that means in actual values in terms of the amount of money for sales and incentives as part of the discussion in P07 statement of consultation, and which I think you already have had before you. It seems quite clear to us that these are, in most cases, sufficient allowances for sales and marketing costs. In relation to how this fits with how the council would like to see viability appraisals information presented as part of their SPD, they have taken a different approach, which is neither right nor wrong. It's just that they would like to see the figures handled in a different way. And I think the key point here is that both ourselves and the council, through their SPD, have a clarity about where these costs are being used within the viability appraisal process. So there is a difference, but my take on this is that it is not a significant, nor is it an important difference. Key point is that the allowances are made and can be identified. In relation to registered providers information at application stage, we are of course talking a very different process in relation to site-specific viability, which is whilst there may be an obligation for the council to produce a summary, or produce summaries of the viability evidence used for site-specific negotiations, it is clear that the confidential information provided by registered providers need not necessarily be part of that process. And it may well be appropriate for specific information from specific registered providers to be provided as part of a site-specific negotiation in order to inform those negotiations and to have confidence in them. But of course, that forum is a relatively private forum compared to the discussion we're having here today, where anyone can be part of it. In relation to capitalized net rent, I can clarify that our initial use of capitalized net rent to inform affordable housing values is a standard way of estimating transfer values, because it's a process of assessing the income an RP might be able to receive from an affordable housing unit, netting off the costs associated with operating it, and then capitalizing that using a suitable yield, which probably has a relationship with the rate at which the RP might borrow money. And these tend to be the approach we use when we're starting off with our estimates of what transfer values might be. So this was the information we then took to RPs, and with our explanation that this is what we think capitalized net rent values would indicate what transfer values are, and they're the starting point for discussion with the housing associations. And the housing associations either confirm that they are indeed reasonably representative of the bids that they might put in for Section 106, or, as in this case, they might suggest suitable amendments. Now, in reality, different RPs will have different approaches to bidding for different affordable housing units. So their responses did vary around that, which is part of the reason why we were reluctant to release information that might be able to identify RPs. But so going back to the point though, what is capitalized net rent? I think I've explained what that is, how we used it. It was the starting point in our discussion with the RPs, but was then, if you like, superseded by their feedback about what transfer values might be appropriate. I think, and I'm just looking for it now, I think that we put the capitalized net rent assumptions within the slides that we use for our initial developer workshop, but forgive me, my memory's failed me, and I'm just looking at the moment. Yes, we did. Yes. So on document 20.3, and it's in the first appendix, which is Appendix B, because 20.2 is Appendix A. So it's Appendix B to the initial report, and it's on document page 14, and it's got the affordable housing assumptions. So you can see that it provides information on the local housing allowance, the operating cost estimates, and the capitalization rate, as well as similar figures for shared ownership as well.
So just to clarify, that was page 14, as in the numbered page 14 within the document. Yes,
well, it's page 19, but confusingly, it's also got page 14 on there because it was page 14 of the notes when they were issued after the workshop. But the document is page 19.
It's page 19 of the PDF.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, we have this problem frequently in examinations and inquiries when you're trying to work out which page everybody's talking about in a virtual event. Yeah. Okay, I'm clear. Thank you. Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the council for clarifying where those assumptions are in the document. That's helpful. I think the key issue though, ma'am, remains that we haven't seen, or we have no evidence of the registered provider feedback on these assumptions, and we just don't understand why that can't be provided. And the transparent evidence that we have provided in terms of the registered provider offers clearly supports lower transfer value assumptions. So we remain of the view that those transfer value assumptions are overstated based on the evidence that we presented. I think just before I go on to cost, ma'am, there's a really important point that the council's consultant has raised with regards to the SPD. I know it's not the purpose of this examination, but he seemed to imply that the information submitted at the application stage will be, kept confidential and not in the public domain, whereas the council's position is very much that that's full, open, transparent evidence. So again, it's just that consistency in terms of what applicants are going and our clients are going to be asked to do at the application stage compared to what is being done now, and that must be consistent. And that's very, very clear in the PPG. So if it's confidential now, then it must be confidential at the application stage. It can't be both ways in our view. Ma'am, but I won't delve on that point, so I know it's not specifically for the purpose of today. Just in regards to standard build costs, ma'am, is our next point. We've highlighted
just before you go on to standard build costs, Just you may not be aware, but Mrs. Clark's got the hand up. So I don't know whether she might want to come back on possibly the SPD point, if not another point.
That was it. Yes, the SPD does make quite clear that some information will remain confidential, particularly if it is commercial in aspect. And the information that we're looking at for transfer values is if a specific scheme is being offered at significantly lower values than the ones that would be expected, and that would be a matter that would generally be kept as confidential it would be between the council and the applicant rather than an element that is posted on the website. It would be supporting information rather than part of the public viability.
Thank you. Ms. Gradwell. Sorry to have interrupted you.
No, thank you. I'm so sorry to have had my head down. Thank you to the council as well for that clarification. That's very, very helpful. Just in terms of cost, then, so starting with the standard bill cost. So we have highlighted a number of issues in our representation, beginning from paragraph 6.102 of our Regulation 18 representations. I think some couple of points we just really want to highlight here is, firstly, that the bill costs are not differentiated. So the base bill costs are not differentiated by house type or value area, which is inconsistent with the revenue assumptions. So the council have adopted different revenues for terrace, semi-detached, detached houses, apartments, and so on, and of course, quite reasonably adopted higher values for detached houses, which will typically command higher values, but they have not adopted the same approach in respect to the cost. They've just applied a flat cost to all house types, when detached houses do cost more to build, because there's more brick walls, larger roof space, etc. So if the differentiated approach is being adopted to revenues, it's absolutely crucial that the same approach is adopted for build costs. Otherwise, that will overstate the viability of those house types. I think the second point, Ma'am, is regard to the external works allowance and the contingencies, which are stated to be included. So the council adopted 10% for, it's stated, is just for external works and contingencies, say for the very, very smallest sites, where there's a slightly higher allowance. But taking that 10% figure, Ma'am, we have then shown that 5% is a very typical allowance for contingency at the plan making stage. We've evidenced that in the table at paragraph 6.124 and the appeal at 6.108 of our Regulation 18 representations for a wide range of other Northwest viability assessments where 5% contingency is consistently adopted. So if that 5% is deducted from the 10% combined allowance for external works and contingency, that leaves just 5% for external works, which is nowhere near sufficient to account for the actual cost of external work. So again, the viability will be drastically overstated if this approach is maintained. So we very much encourage the council to reconsider that assumption and adopt what is a realistic allowance for the external works and contingency, and state those separately, because it's an unrecognised methodology to combine those into a single figure. Again, we've never seen that adopted in any other study. Thank you.
Mr. Houston.
Thank you, Inspector. In relation to differentiation of build costs, we've used a single house build cost. And our view on this is that that's perfectly appropriate for an area-wide viability study, and it does represent proportionate evidence as required by PPG. And yes, I note that it may be appropriate in other circumstances, particularly for site-specific, to drill into this in finer detail, but that would only be in relation to specific schemes where there is a specific site dwelling mix. In relation to the other costs associated with construction, we split our costs into two. So we have an allowance for plot costs, and we have an allowance for site infrastructure. For smaller sites, we just use a higher percentage of build cost, as Ms. Grabwell said, and that will include plot costs and any other costs which might apply outside curtilage of the building, so a share of a frontage road, although this would probably be quite restricted. But we then apply increasingly large amounts for site infrastructure costs, depending on the scale of development. And these are set out, I think, in table 510. Yeah, these are set out in table 510 of P20.1. And you can see both the allowances for plot costs, stroke external works and contingency, and the site development costs as well. In relation to contingency, well, I mean, part of the context is, of course, that whilst contingency is required by guidance within site-specific appraisal, it isn't actually a requirement within area-wide viability studies. However, we would recognise that it does make some sense to include it, and we would say that around 2 to 3% of percentage points of those allowances might be for contingency. Generally speaking, house building would attract a relatively small amount for contingency because costs are typically well known, particularly by volume house builders, but also by smaller house builders as well. And it tends to be infrastructure items that might attract higher sums for contingency, but that's probably more of a discussion for site-specific viability.
Thank you. Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. Just with regards to that contingency point, ma'am, we've demonstrated that it's absolute best practice to include a reasonable contingency allowance at the area-wide stage. 5% is the figure that has been adopted across every single other Northwest local plan study that we've been involved in, to suggest that 2 or 3% allowance, particularly in current market conditions, ma'am, is sufficient. We do not agree with, and there needs to be a minimum of 5%. It's best practice not to test the margins of viability at the plan making stage. So we maintain our position there. I think there's a very important point just with regards to the reference to infrastructure costs. So we have set out in our representations, ma'am, it's if the council's position is there is an element of standard external works in the site infrastructure costs, we need absolute clarity as to what that is. So the site infrastructure costs in the appraisal are very clearly set out under the exceptional development cost heading, therefore implying that they're abnormal costs. And that was the position that we took and understood in our representations, and we felt that the site infrastructure abnormal cost allowance for the larger sites was probably reasonable, but too low for the smaller sites, as evidenced in our representations. But it now seems the position is that there's some of that cost might be covering standard roads and sewers, for example, standard roads and drainage, which will be absolutely part of the standard build cost. So I think to help you, man, it would be really, really helpful if we could have a very clear definition and confirmation of what is the total standard build cost for each typology. We have tried to assist by providing a definition of standard build cost for the council to utilise to set these figures out, because at the moment we've got a base build cost, we've got an allowance for external works and contingencies, but that's not all of the external works, it seems, and an element of the exceptional infrastructure cost is also standard build cost. So it's just very confusing, man. We do need, well, we very much feel that clarity is needed to be confident that a robust standard build cost allowance has been included in the appraisal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Thank you. Well, I would again point to table 5.10 as being the first expression of what I believe to be a very clear indication of the costs that have been used. So that's table 510 in document 20.1. And I would then point to the clarification of how those costs are incorporated within the appraisal in document 20.4, P20.4 in chapter 3, where it very clearly sets out how those costs then are used within that example, for Res 7 typology.
Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, we can see where the costs have been included. We just don't have the clarity as to what they're actually covering. and what the allowances are. So, for example, Martin, we have commented on the benchmark land values on the assumption that that site infrastructure cost was abnormal costs, because obviously the PPG is very clear that the benchmark land value should reflect the implications of abnormal costs. So if the council's position is that they're actually not abnormal, they're standard costs, then clearly the benchmark land values would need to increase even more than we've suggested. So it's just that clarity amount of what the actual allowances cover. That's all we're seeking.
Mr. Houston.
Sometimes I get a sinking feeling in my heart when I start talking about normal abnormals and whether those are standard development costs or abnormal development costs. Clearly, I think the terminology here is not necessarily helpful, which is why we've avoided talking about abnormal costs within our work. Now, given we're using a typology approach, which is reflective of the development plan to come forward within Lancaster, we've set out the range of costs that are associated with development, and we've used terminology which is designed to help clarity about the costs we've used and how they're used within the modeling. Now, when one's talking about site-specific appraisals, there may well be abnormal costs which are unique to that site. But I'm aware that sometimes within the world of viability appraisal, the phrase abnormal costs can also be used for things like garages and for drainage systems, which are endemic through all sites. And I'm happy to participate in a discussion about what might be abnormal and what might be normal abnormals and what might be abnormal abnormals. But I'm not sure that I've got the life energy to do it. So yeah, but forgive me, I think I'll have to stop here. I will respond to a direct question, but I can't deal with abnormal abnormals.
I feel like I'm in an alternative Rumsfeldian universe here. Ms. Gradwell.
I think our position is set out in our representations, ma'am, so we won't delve on this point any further. If that's okay with you, we'll move on to another point, if that would help.
That's fine. If you could move on to the next point, Ms. Gradwell.
No problem. So our next point, ma'am, is regards to the developer's profit adopted in the appraisal. So we've set out, again, our position in representations here. The allowances adopted by the council, when that's applied to a typology with, say, 30% affordable housing, that results in a blended profit of just 15.5% of gross development value, which in our view is far too low at the plan making stage, and goes back to that point we alluded to earlier, and that it's very much testing the margins of viability or beyond the margins of viability, which is inconsistent with recommended best practice. At this stage, there's no real evidence to support the profit assumptions, ma'am. The only information we can find is in Appendix H, which is a kind of a standardised inputs analysis that the council's consultant has undertaken. But even here, the developer's profit across all of the studies in Appendix H equates to 19.5% of GDV for the market housing, 8.3% of GDV for the affordable housing. So the council's assumptions of 17.5% of GDV and 6% for the affordable are inconsistent with the only data that they've referred to. Also, a lot of those studies, ma'am, we've highlighted in Appendix H are from southern-based authorities where the market is much different and much stronger compared to the Northwest and Lancaster. So we said clearly if we're undertaking this analysis of other area-wide studies to justify assumptions, the most relevant evidence here would be other Northwest local plan viability assessments. And we have shown the clear inconsistencies on profit at the table at paragraph 6.203 of our Regulation 18 representations, where every other recent study has adopted a 20% of market housing GDV position. So I think, just again, I'm referring to that point, there's no headroom. We're testing to the margins of viability or beyond. And I think the events of the past, month, 6 months, 12 months have indicated why it's so crucial not to do that at the plan making stage. So again, very much encourage and request the council to reconsider that assumption. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Thank you, Inspector. In relation to developer return, we've used 17.5% for market housing and 6% for affordable housing. The 17.5% is the midpoint in the range suggested by PPG, and it seems appropriate and reasonable to use this midpoint because there is no suggestion that housing development in Lancaster is less risky nor more risky than across England as a whole. And for an area-wide viability study, I think that is a reasonable assumption. Ms. Gradwell's discussed a blended developer return. I note that PPG makes no reference to a blended return when it talks about its range. And my view is that if it was felt important in those who drafted PPG that a blended return be taken account of, it would have said so. So that was my point really in relation to developer return in relation to guidance. We have included a review of other viability studies found sound at examination, and that is in document 20.3 Appendix H. And I would say that the positive points of our review are that we have not selected particular case studies to meet our arguments, but we've just taken the last 32 that were found sound at examination wherever that took place within England. So we've not attempted to choose a geography or a specific time, but we've just said these are all of them. And we've undertaken a review of the viability input assumptions. And we do that not in order that we take an average and use that within our appraisal, but we do that in order to demonstrate that our testing assumptions are not outliers, that they lie within the range of testing assumptions that have been found sound in other locations. And that's why we've undertaken that exercise. And it's in order to give you and other participants around the table confidence that the assumptions we've used are reasonable and are not exceptional in any way. And then the last point relates to current circumstances. Yes, of course, I am aware, just as we all aware, of current turmoils. Of course, we are dealing with a local plan, which extends out over many years. And whilst I wouldn't make light of current turmoils, it is only reasonable to expect that a local plan will go through one, if not two, economic cycles anyway. And that is almost acknowledged as an implicit part of the process. And our viability work was at a point in time, and that point was in May 2021, and that's when the study was written. And I think that's an accepted principle for area-wide viability studies. They aren't live documents as such. They are at that particular point in time and reflected the world as it was then, with the acknowledgement that it will change, both for better and worse as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get to Mr. Berend first before Ms. Gradwell?
Thank you. It's just a very brief point regarding the profit, and I think Ms. Gradwell referred to a blended profit. I think it is in a sense a blended, because the PPG does refer to 15 to 20% of gross development value, of the gross development value. So it is actually an overall profit rather than 17.5%. Yes, is in the middle for market homes, and then the 6%, but it's on gross development value, which would be both affordable and market housing within a scheme. And also related to that, and it is just in terms of the first homes, and again, that whether that was treated by the consultants with regard to as market homes, because they are market homes, they are discounted market homes, but they're market homes supplied by the developer and sold by the developer rather than handed over to the registered landlord, social landlord, or whether they were treated as a lump as affordable homes, because there will be a difference in terms of the both the margin that would be expected on those homes, and also in terms of the costs related to in terms of sales, marketing, and the rest. So it's just another point on that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. So we just heard from the council that the reason for the 17.5% was because they feel development in Lancaster is no riskier than any other part of the country. And yet the evidence at Appendix H is from studies from other parts of the country, which shows an average of 19.3% of profit for market housing. So if the council's position is they're sort of adopting that approach, but then they're 2% lower on the profit shown by their own evidence, it's just not consistent, Ma'am. Putting that point aside, we very much remain of the view, your question is, are the inputs reflective of local circumstances? The best evidence for that is other studies in a similar geography in the Northwest. Residential development in the Northwest is completely different to residential development in London and the Southeast. The market is completely different, and the evidence needs to be robust for this geography. So we remain of the view that those other Northwest local plan viability assessments are far more robust evidence of reasonable assumptions compared to studies in southern geographies. But either way, the council's assumption is inconsistent with their own evidence from elsewhere. The final point we'd just like to make on this agenda item, we won't pick up policy costs because we know that's a separate item. It's just on the benchmark land values which have been adopted. We've got kind of 4 points we'd like to make here, if possible, but there's two very important queries for the council as well. The first query, Ma'am, is there's 3 benchmark land values which have been adopted. So it's BLV1, BLV2 and BLV3, where the council provided like a spread of benchmark land values, but we've not actually had any clarity as to what benchmark land values the council are adopting. Three Dragons have stated they provided this range for the council to take a view, but we don't actually have clarity as to which position the council will adopt, which needs to be clarified. And similarly, we have requested clarification as to what constitutes a small and large greenfield site and a higher and standard brownfield site, because these are terminologies which have been used to define different benchmark land values. So again, we need that clarification, please, as to which values actually apply to what type of site, so that applicants have full clarity at the application stage as to which category their site falls in. But just turning to the assumptions themselves, Mum, firstly, the issues we have are with the evidence base for the existing use values. So we requested, for example, that all of the information at paragraph 1.10 of Appendix I of the viability assessment, that's document 20.3, Appendix I, paragraph 1.10 sets out the evidence base that's been relied on for the existing use values. None of this information was provided, and subsequently the greenfield comparables were in the addendum, but nothing else. So we still don't have that clarity on the evidence relied on, which is the first key issue. The second issue is in relation to that point, that the evidence shows the existing use values adopted by the council are too low. So taking, for example, the greenfield existing use value, which has been set at just over £7,000 per acre, that's stated to be based on the average price of 18 agricultural sites, but within a search radius of 40 miles. So that includes sites up to locations such as Burnley, which is not relevant for the purposes of defining agricultural land values in Lancaster. So in contrast, Mom, we spoke to local market agents with extensive experience in Lancaster. We obtained a full schedule of local land transactions at Appendix 5 of our Regulation 18 representations. And we also referred to a recent upper tribunal judgment from July 2021, Appendix 6 of our Regulation 18 representations. And all of this evidence clearly supported an existing use value of £11,000 per acre. And it's a similar point across other assumptions. We've provided this evidence, we've gone to great lengths to get the detail to be extremely transparent, and it's just been overlooked. And we don't feel the assumptions are supported by the council's evidence. And the third point, Ma'am, is with regards to the landowner premium methodology and evidence base. So to determine the benchmark land values, there's been a use of sort of fixed multipliers or percentage uplifts on the greenfield and brownfield existing use values, which does not reflect the workings of the market. The only evidence really to support those assumptions is a Homes England document from 2010, which the council referred to, which is now historic. And quite crucially, Ma'am, there's no local market land transactional evidence reviewed or provided. So we have not seen any other local plan viability assessment that is disregarded land transactional evidence. We're fully aware that the PPG only allows this to be used as a cross-check and it must be policy compliant. However, it's not possible to understand the minimum expectations of local landowners if you do not have regard to the transactional evidence. So we've requested a number of times that the council, we do feel they must consider this to inform the benchmark land values. Otherwise, like I said, there's that absolute disconnect, and we feel the benchmark land values are subsequently set too low, which is our final point. As you can imagine, the council's benchmark land values are between 75 and 147,000 pounds per acre for greenfield, and 100 to 120,000 pounds per acre for brownfield, which is, in our view, if the benchmark land values are set at this level, it's just a fundamental threat to the delivery of new homes, because landowners will not be incentivised to bring forward sites if benchmark land values are set at these levels. And we presented a range of evidence in our representations to demonstrate this, including the benchmark land values adopted in other Northwest studies at paragraph 6.419 of our representations. And clearly that evidence shows for the values adopted by the council, the benchmark land value should be more towards sort of £350,000 per acre or higher. So there's just that fundamental disconnect, and we do have real concerns with this assumption in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Thank you. I'll talk first to the issues raised by Mr. Berent from the HBF.
Thank you.
The interpretation, I think, of the wording of PPG is as we understand it. I think if it wanted to have the word blended in there, it would have, but I guess that's the wording is there for us all to see and to take our own interpretation from. In relation to first homes and how they are treated as a discounted market sale product. They have got an allowance for sales and marketing costs within there. In discussion with the council, who has previous experience of discount market sale being delivered as part of previous schemes, we used an affordable housing return for our assessment of values of first homes. And that was based on the specific experience in relation to that tenure in the past. In relation to so now turning to Ms. Gradwell's comments about the blended profit not drawn from our own evidence in relation to our review of other studies, I reiterate again that our assumptions are generated by us and are used as we use the other studies as an illustration to show that we are not testing outlying testing assumptions. So clearly our developer return rates do fit within the range of utes used in other studies. Turning to benchmark land values, it's in terms of the clarity of which councils adopted. I mean, to some extent, that's in part to do with the council's decision. And if Ms. Gradwell's talking about site-specific viability, I think I would advise that the benchmarks in our study, that the range of benchmarks in our study be used, and that the viability is considered against all of those, really, because they will reflect different viability outcomes. So from our point of view, I don't think it's important on this viability study to actually specify one of those three, benchmark 1, benchmark 2, or benchmark 3s, are used in any particular circumstance. So I don't think a view needs to be formed at this stage. In terms of how the benchmarks are applied to which case studies, I can say that the sites of up to 1 hectare are used for use the small greenfield benchmark, and sites of over 1 hectare use the strategic land. For the brownfield benchmarks, the highest value benchmark is just used for Lancaster flats, And you'll see that's because it's basically drawn from Lancashire Central Business District land values, and that's why it's appropriate for that particular typology. And then the larger brownfield developments use the standard brownfield, and the smaller brownfield developments use the higher brownfield benchmarks. And then in terms of the actual evidence that's been used by us to generate the existing use values for greenfield development, as Ms. Gradwell said, we undertook a review of land for sale, and we cast the net as a 40-mile radius in order to be able to review sufficient transactions in terms of land that was being sold at that time. We split our data into small and large land holdings in order to get an understanding of what paddock values might be, which is the existing use value we've assumed for the small greenfield sites, as opposed to larger blocks of agricultural land. We then triangulated that evidence with the evidence of from commentators, and I think you can see that within P20.4, and that is P20.4 Chapter 5, where the suggestions, and it's Northwest based rather than Lancashire based, but I think still reasonably relevant. Their commentary on land values is then used, and we also undertook some follow-up interviews following the first workshop where we talked to land agents about benchmark land values. I should qualify that in that this was actually for brownfield land rather than greenfield land for these follow-up interviews, so just be fair about that. And we also reviewed a set of site-specific viability appraisals that the council had used to inform some Section 106 negotiations within the district. And we used that range of evidence in order to set out the existing use values. Actually, forgive me, there's two further sources of information that I should draw your attention to. For some of the brownfield existing use values, we use the MHCLG data on industrial land, and we also undertook a fairly straightforward residual appraisal for a low value industrial use, which we use for the lowest brownfield land existing use value estimate. Going back to the greenfield land though, what was clear was that the suggestion made by Cushman and Wakefield about what greenfield land value should be was just over £27,000 a hectare. And that was some way outside the range of our work, but also some way outside the range of the commentators on agricultural land values in Northwest England. And it was for those reasons, really, that we felt that it was interesting in terms of the data that Cushman and Wakefield had provided, but it didn't in itself provide a sound enough basis for us to use within this study, in that it itself represented an outlier. In relation to landowner premium, we've been quite clear about where we've drawn these from. We've also been quite clear that there's a relative paucity of guidance about what an appropriate premium should be, and that we have chosen to use the guidance which was issued by the HCA, now Homes England, and we've used that here, and it has also been used elsewhere. And I think that has been reflected in some of the other representations to this examination process as well, about people noting that it's also been used elsewhere. Whether it's sufficient or not is open to interpretation. I think within PPG, there is a clear desire to avoid the circularity that can arise from the use of market evidence to determine benchmark land values. And the use of the standard HCA premiums, and just to remind you what they are, so this is an uplift of a percentage on brownfield land or it's a multiplication of greenfield land, representing the much bigger uplift for greenfield land. These are set out, by the way, both in Chapter 5 of 20.1, but also in Appendix I of the 20.4. No, sorry, beg your pardon. I think Appendix I of 20.3.
So that's Chapter 5 of 20.1 and Appendix I of 20.3.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and sort of within that, the reason why I think those HDA landowner premiums are appropriate is that they play a role in reducing the danger of circularity. I'm sure those around the table are aware of some of the research that RICS has done with Pete Wyatt, I think a study in 2015, which very clearly pointed to the dangers of circularity and the likelihood that these types of arguments would reduce planning obligations to the detriment of the planning system and the communities that they were serving.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the council for clarifying those the query in regards to the categories. That's helpful. I think the first issue, ma'am, with regards to the benchmark land value. So I think from what the council said, the position is there's 3 benchmark land values, which, yeah, again, we've never seen an approach adopted with a varying benchmark land value, because it just seems that, naturally the council aren't likely to, opt for the lower benchmark land value, which is most viable, and it's not an appropriate, methodology in our view, ma'am, to judge viability, because there's actually no certainty as to what's the position, because we don't have clarity on what that benchmark land value is. So in any case, ma'am, we have clearly demonstrated in our representations that the lower, so the benchmark land value 1, the benchmark land value 2 are far too low, ma'am, for any site, irrespective of the values or the abnormal costs. That's just not going to incentivise a landowner to sell sites, and it's a fundamental threat to the delivery of new homes. In our view, the highest benchmark land value may be in some very limited circumstances, a site with very high abnormal cost that might be sufficient, but it's again, it's a one-off. It's not an appropriate position in our view, for testing the viability of development. The council referred to other evidence that they've used for existing use values. So they talked about an appraisal for brownfield land. We've not seen that appraisal. We have no information or detail on the evidence for the assumptions. We've not had any of the agent consultation that has been carried out. So again, there's just this lack of transparency associated with the evidence base. Your question, ma'am, is, are the inputs reflective of local circumstances? For the greenfield existing use values, we've provided a full schedule of agricultural land transactions in Lancaster. We've provided an upper tribunal judgment relating to agricultural land in Lancaster. We've spoken to local agents with extensive experience in Lancaster. All of this evidence supports an existing use value of £11,000 per acre. The council's evidence extends to locations such as Burnley. They've referred to generic northwest average agricultural land values. We do not feel that evidence is sufficiently compelling compared to what we have presented, to suggest that the figures based on our evidence are incorrect. So we'd again encourage them to review that and reconsider the assumptions. And the final point, ma'am, just with regards to the market values, the market transactions, we're fully aware of the changes to the PPG. That circularity is absolutely crucial. That does not be included in the viability assessment. But what we're saying is, ma'am, you can't get any sense of what is the minimum expectation of a landowner if you don't have regard to what is actually happening in the market. There is perfect evidence of policy compliant land transactions, which the PPG is quite clear can be used as a cross-check for the benchmark land value. Every other Northwest local plan viability assessment is undertaking this cross-check. And the council's evidence is inconsistent with every other study, and by consequence, the benchmark land values, man, we don't feel can be supported at that level. We just reinforce it's a fundamental threat to the supply of land for new homes if they are adopted. Thank you.
Mr. Houston.
Thank you. I think I think some of these arguments are already well rehearsed in terms of the consultation responses at Reg 18 and our response to those within P07. I think that both points of view are already fairly well set out within that document, and I'm not sure I can add much more at this stage to that. In relation to the existing use value calculation, we do refer to that, and I'm just, forgive me, I ought to know my own evidence. It's within the appendices to do with benchmark and values, so it's P20.3 Appendix I, and it's footnote 15. Now, I do understand that's a fairly brief reference, and you can see that the existing use value calculation is based on 5,000 square meters industrial floor space on a 1 hectare site. We use the same values and an allowance for renovation as well. And I would just, for clarity, I will explain those to you now. We used £41 per square meter rental at a yield of 11.08%. And we then had an allowance for renovation of £257 per square meter. And that's based on the renovation allowance for the lower quartile allowance for factories renovation. And then in terms of letting, there was and program, there was a 3-month refurbishment and a 36 months rent-free period. And those were sort of fairly simple non-residential viability testing outputs. And from that, there was a land value dropped out at the bottom of that process. And that's what we've used as the input for estimating the existing use value. In terms of agent consultation, following the first workshop, we undertook some further agent consultation, and I have temporarily mislaid where it's reported, but it is within the evidence base, and there is a very brief summary of the issues that were discussed. And if it's acceptable to you, I will maybe make that known through the program officer after the hearing. And my apologies for not knowing where it is. And I appreciate that's not good.
Perhaps it's something you could just check during the break and come back to me at the beginning of the next session.
I will do that. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And that was it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Ms. Gradwell? No. Okay. Seems like a sensible time to take a break. We are running a little bit behind where I'd initially wanted to break, but it also seems sensible to get through this question. So, Mr. Houston, if you could have a look for that agent consultation information in the break. Is everybody happy to come back at 11:30, or is there a need for a slightly longer break? Hands up if you want a longer break. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll stick with it 11:30. So the hearing is adjourned until 11:30. Thank you very much, everyone. See you in 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Morning. The inspector will be joining us shortly. Could I ask that you turn your cameras on and your microphones on mute, please? All right, the inspector will be joining the meeting shortly.
Hello, good morning. It's 11:30 and the hearing is resumed. From looking at the list of participants, it looks like we've got everybody here who should be here. Thank you. So just returning to the point on agent consultation, Mr. Houston.
Thank you, Inspector. Yes, I have found it, and my apologies for not being able to lay my hands on it beforehand. It's P 20.3, which is one of the appendices to the main viability report. It's Appendix B within that document, and the reference, the information is at the foot of page 37 and the top of page 38 within that appendix.
I'll just go to that. So is that page 37
it's
in the corner of the page or the PDF?
Yeah, in the bottom right corner of the page. That's correct. And so you can see there's a table above, and then below the table, there's some bullet points.
And it starts further consultation was undertaken with key agents.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I found it. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so just going back to the point in the agenda of consideration of inputs, development types, phasing and local circumstances, were there any other points which participants wished to raise on that particular agenda item before we move on? No, thank you. Okay, so if we move on to agenda item 4, which is engagement with stakeholders, and I asked the council a question and everybody else a question on this matter in my MIQs, and I'll ask the same question again, which is, has there been meaningful engagement with stakeholders on viability assumptions? And if I can hand that over to Mr. Houston to respond, please.
Thank you, Inspector. Yes, I think that there has. We've already rehearsed some of these elements of consultation, but just to list them in one place. So there were 2 workshops undertaken, and there were also some follow-up agent consultation. There was the discussion, sort of interviews with registered providers. And there was also indirectly the review of site-specific viability appraisals as well, which also provided further local information.
Thank you.
Is it worthwhile, or would you like me to just rehearse, or ask maybe a colleague from the council to rehearse the process for inviting participants to the workshops?
If they could briefly, yes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
In terms of the workshop, we used our engagement list, so people have registered to be engaged on various local plan matters to differentiate a range of house builders and land agents representative that we knew had interests in the district at the time. The groups and companies invited to the engagement workshops reflected a range of types and a number of participants that we considered appropriate to encourage engagement and discussion at the session. Three Dragons presented their findings at that first meeting, and we asked for feedback during the meeting and had some discussions. The presentation was then sent out to all parties that were invited, and there was a timescale given for feedback on the inputs and the outputs at that point.
Thank you, Mrs. Clark. Any comments from participants? Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. So we've set out in our representations, ma'am, won't repeat the arguments we've made here in terms of the the engagement. I think just a few key points, if we may, on particularly on the workshop that's been referred to. So that was the very first sort of or one of the earliest forms of consultation undertaken by the council prior to Regulation 18 and 19, and obviously very much welcomed that early engagement. The issues were, ma'am, that firstly we weren't present at that workshop, all of our clients weren't, and those that did attend, there were concerns raised, and the council's consultant, in our view, they've not responded to those issues, but most importantly, there's been no changes made to any of the assumptions. So from that workshop through to Regulation 18, Regulation 19, all the issues that we have subsequently raised at Regulation 18 and 19 stage, having not participated in that first workshop, we still think it's absolutely vital that the council considers the points that have been raised at Regulation 18 and 19 stage, not just a case of carrying out a workshop and then not considering the further comments. And we have provided what we feel is detailed evidence, very detailed evidence, and to assist the council as best as we can. And for example, evidence on incentives, registered provider offers, garage costs, build costs, agricultural values we've discussed. None of this we feel has been properly considered. The assumptions haven't been amended, as we say, not one assumption has been changed through Regulation 18 and 19 stage, and we feel the evidence has been repeatedly overlooked. We also note that the council have responded in the addendum and the statement of consultation, the Regulation 18 statement of consultation, but it's a partial response only some of our points have been responded to. There's still a lot of areas of clarification and concern, and there's obviously been no response to our Regulation 19 representation, where we raised a lot of further issues. So we acknowledge the council have engaged and have undertaken consultation. We just don't feel that the issues that have been raised by stakeholders have been duly considered, and where the evidence they have submitted clearly supports changes to the assumptions, and they haven't been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Any response from the council to Ms. Gradwell's points?
Firstly, representative of Cushman and Wakefield were invited to the initial workshop and did attend. We have the invitee list, the attendance list, and screen grabs of discussions throughout that event. Since then, we've carried out the various engagement, particularly at Regulation 18, and we have responded in quite some detail in the consultation statement to the issues that were brought up by Cushman and Wakefield and others within that document. I also need to go back in terms of the people invited to the initial workshop. As I said before, we invited a range of house builders and land agents. Not every single one because it was ensuring that we had a mixture of types, and also to ensure that we had a number that was appropriate for that engagement and discussion. Since then, with the Regulation 18 and the Regulation 19, of course, a much wider range of participation has occurred since then. I think Mr. Houston can probably respond a little bit more in terms of changes and how they dealt with the comments made.
Thank you, Mr. Houston, and then I'll come back to Ms. Gradwell and then Mr. Elwood.
Thank you. I would like to confirm that changes were made as a result of consultation. So as a result of the discussion at the consultation stages, we made changes to the Section 106 allowances. We made changes to the finance rate used in the appraisals. We made changes to the affordable housing transfer values through the process we discussed earlier on in terms of consultation with RPs. And we also made changes to the allowance for biodiversity net gain as well. So it would be not necessarily entirely accurate to characterize that we didn't make any changes in response to consultation.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. Just to clarify, so yeah, a member of Cushman and Wakefield attended that workshop. They're from our planning team, and so the viability team did not attend, did not receive an invite to the consultation. We were only made aware of it after it had taken place, so just to clarify that point. But I think the bigger point is, ma'am, notwithstanding whether we were or weren't at that workshop, we have subsequently submitted very detailed and substantiated comments at Regulation 18 and 19 stage, and as mentioned, all of those issues that we've highlighted, there has not been a change against those assumptions that we have highlighted. So we take the council's point with regards to the earlier workshop, but every point in Regulation 18, 19 has not been, we feel, appropriately responded to or considered as part of the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yes, we actually attended the workshop, and thank you for the invitation to that. The presentation was entirely about residential development, and we raised a few queries at the workshop about other employment development, and really from that point onwards we've raised several points, as you're aware, and there's been no change to the policy approach. That we would agree that there's been comments made in terms of sort of the relative effects on viability of BREEAM or other matters there, but it's clear that even though the typology analysis shows that these are non-viable developments, nothing's changed really, and it does suggest, even though we've been involved since an early stage and we're grateful for that, it does suggest it hasn't been what I would say a meaningful engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further response from the council on Ms. Gradwell and Mr. Elwood's points?
I think that the point in terms of engagement is we have carried out a significant amount of engagement, and Three Dragons have specifically with parts of the industry. Engagement doesn't necessarily mean we have to agree on every point, and we acknowledge that there are areas of dispute, significant areas of dispute throughout the viability appraisal, but we have, as Mr. Houston explained, there are elements where it was understood that changes were necessary, that have been changed, and with our best efforts in the Regulation 18 consultation response, there are some fairly detailed comments in relation to those raised at that stage, and since then Three Dragons have been through the Regulation 19 comments and did not believe there was anything else that needed to be amended, and the discussions throughout this forum have dealt with many of those.
Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. We just wondered, in response to our Regulation 19 representations, whether there would be any response from Three Dragons, because clearly within there we have highlighted a wide range of issues still and areas of clarification. It's just a question to the council, if possible, if there was going to be any further response to those points.
We would not normally expect to submit additional evidence following the Regulation 19. consultation.
Thank you. I think I understand where the different parties are coming from on this point. Is there anything further anybody would like to raise in terms of engagement with stakeholders? No? Okay. Then if we move on to item 5, which is consideration of all relevant policy requirements. Now, I listed out quite a number of policies in my question 8.4. And the rationale behind my mentioning all of those policies was that was pulling together reference to policies that had been made by those seeking changes to the plan. So I just wanted to go through those in turn, and possibly a couple of others which have been discussed this week. So if perhaps could just start out at looking at the effect of policy Cc1 first of all, which is in the part 1 plan and is a new policy proposed in relation to responding to climate change and creating environmental sustainability. And I think it was Cushman and Wakefield here that argued that this hadn't been tested fully. So would the council like to respond on that?
There's nothing really to add to the hearing statement other than it sets a direction. It doesn't set specific requirements, and where there are specific requirements, they're in other policies and have been tested where necessary.
Okay, thank you. Anything further from any of the participants on that point? No? Okay. And then also in the Part 1 plan, we have policy T2, which deals with developing the cycling and walking network. And can I take the council's views on that one, please?
The same applies to as CC1 there.
Okay, and are there any views from any participants on that? No, thank you. And then T4, which is public transport corridors, and this deals with what's now described as better buses. Can I have the council's commentary on that one, please?
I think I'd say the same applies.
And okay, I'll hear from Mr. Aylward first of all, please.
Thank you, ma'am. We raised comments under matter 4 in terms of T4, but essentially our concern with that is the way that the policy is framed. Is it seeking contributions to areas of existing deficiency, albeit where it says where appropriate, rather than the typical established protocol where we only provide mitigations where there's a degree of impact. There was discussion previously about whether it should be referenced to severe or otherwise, but nevertheless it should be, we think, in reference to impact, not just the quantum of new movements arising. So we think that the construction of T4 should change and refer to a degree of impact justifying a contribution, not the quantum of development being provided. And obviously, you know, that presumably would then have a reference to viability, but everything just simply as worded, it doesn't appear to us to be accord with the generally agreed approach in the MPPF or the PPG. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it was Ms. Gradwell next and then Mr. Berend.
Thank you, ma'am. So in our hearing statement, marked paragraph 2.44, we set out a summary table of where we felt policies hadn't been tested. Within the viability assessment, this includes T4. So the council's hearing statement suggests that the allowance is accounted for within the section 106 contributions. But if you just turn to Appendix C of the viability assessment on document 20.3, the Appendix C is a policy review, which has been undertaken by.
Is this a traffic light?
Yeah, that's it, the red, amber, green policy review. So this policy, so T4, along with SC4, SP8, DM29, DM30C, DM45 are all shaded green, which means no cost impact. Yet the council are saying it's accounted for within the Section 106 contribution. So there is a clear contradiction there between the council's hearing statement and the position in the viability evidence. And also, in our view, Mum, it can't be in the Section 106 contributions because Three Dragons suggests that the Section 106 allowance is based on a review of past applications, 45 past applications. We haven't had any sort of summary of those applications, those Section 106 agreements. We're just told that it's based on a review of 45 past applications. And Policy T4 states it will require developers to ensure provision for new or enhanced public transport services where there is a deficiency in existing provision from first occupation of the development for a period of up to 10 years. So these are new policy requirements which would not be reflected in past Section 106 agreements, and therefore, by consequence, the cost allowance assumed by Three Dragons, and that's confirmed in the policy review at Appendix C, where it's shaded green and there's no cost impact. So in our view, Ma'am, the evidence clearly demonstrates this has not been accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gradwell. And then Mr. Berend.
The last point made by Ms. Gradwell was the point we were going to raise with regard to the Section 106 contributions and how that's reflected going forward, rather than looking at what has happened in the past and what are those additional contributions going to do in terms of increasing the requirement for Section 106 contributions from each site. So really just supporting Ms. Gradwell's comments there. Thank you.
Thank you. So could the council respond on all those points that they've heard, and also bearing in mind, I think Mr. Dorber's not here today, but there was certainly a point that he raised earlier in the week about Section 106 monies that were being expected somewhere in the region of around £250,000, I think he mentioned, for a scheme he's dealing with in the Lancaster area. So if the council could respond, please.
So there, when we looked at the existing Section 106 agreements, there are contributions to transport links at present within there. As I said, the policy doesn't actually set out what is required in each case, and it would be on its own merits as it is at present. In terms of the current Section 106s and what may appear significant increases at application stage, I do have a few points of clarification there. The Highway Authority is now using what they're terming a gravity model, which inputs all improvements they consider necessary to deliver the plan and attributes contributions to each development. Now, this is a new approach which they've started using recently, and since adoption of the plan and the completion of the IDS that was used to support it. IDM colleagues are considering each request on a case-by-case basis and identifying the contributions specific for works necessary for each site. And that is the same process that they've been using for many, many years. The gravity model and the full-scale requests that have been made by the County Council are not being implemented. It should also be noted that the NHS has recently started requesting contributions, and they haven't been followed up at application stage either. So there are a couple of maybe differences between the requests that we're receiving and what's actually been followed up at the planning application stage. I think the other point to note in terms of Section 186 is that the viability appraisal includes an allowance for SIL. The council is not adopting SIL, and therefore that provides a greater headroom within the appraisal for the Section 106 contributions.
Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. Just with regards to that final point, firstly, ma'am, SIL, we have clearly demonstrated in our representations, if SIL was adopted, that would make the viability position even worse, Ma'am, than we have set out. If there's reasonable adjustments to these assumptions, Ma'am, we think the results will be extremely different. And our overarching points, and I'm sure we'll come to at the end of this session, is that absolutely needs to be a revisiting of the evidence and the policies reviewed based on revised viability testing with reasonable assumptions. There's certainly no headroom for SIL, in our view, as has been suggested. That the point here is, Ma'am, that notwithstanding what the council said, we consider the policy has not been tested. There's no cost allowance within the viability assessment, and therefore it's not been demonstrated that the policy is viable. Thank you.
Thank you. The council would like to come back on that point.
Nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to policy SC4, which deals with green and blue corridors and chains, and also SP8, which deals with protecting the natural environment, and DM43, which is green and blue infrastructure. Seems sensible to deal with them together. So if I can ask, just before I go to that, Ms. Gradwell, is your hand up with regard to SC4, or was it it was a legacy? Okay, thank you. So it's SC4, SP8 and DM43, so all dealing with elements of green and blue infrastructure. Could I have the council's response on that in viability terms, please?
Sure. None of these policies actually add specific requirements for either on-site or off-site provision. It would be anticipated the majority of it would be dealt with, particularly on the larger sites, on-site provision, and there would be a combination of land uses and provision of various different types of amenity space. Your SUDs are included in there, the biodiversity net gain. So there's a provision of one type of space can meet various different policy requirements. Now the viability appraisal does include an allowance for a cost for 10% biodiversity net gain. That isn't something that's coming through a requirement in the local plan. That is, of course, the nationally set anticipated requirements for biodiversity. The amount that's been used in the viability appraisal has come from the impact assessment that the government carried out as part of the Act. And I think Mr. Houston can probably explain a little bit more how that would work.
Mr. Houston?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, the just to confirm, the biodiversity net gain costs have been allowed for within the viability testing. They're set out in P 20.1 in table 5.10, and these are figures derived from the national impact assessment for 10% biodiversity net gain, and it provides regional figures, and those are the ones that we have used. It would also be fair to say that there are allowances for green space within the section 106 allowances that we've used, and of course the allowances for plot costs and site infrastructure will also cover green space and biodiversity as well. And we would expect specific responses within development to both pick up the need for example, sustainable drainage, biodiversity, and provision of green space as one composite response.
Thank you. Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. So again, just referring back to Appendix C, ma'am, these policies SC4, SP8, again shaded green, indicating no cost impact, yet we're now told that the policy requirements have been accounted for under various different cost heads. We've got no clarity as to what actual allowance has been made. but they're accounted for under those cost heads Mr. Houston just referred to. So one, there's a contradiction between what's in Appendix C and what we've just been told. We have no clarity as to what that cost allowance is, and in our view, Mum, there isn't a cost allowance in there. It's quite clear to us they're standard development costs. There's requirements for SUDS, for example, sustainable urban drainage systems. So that, Mum, is a site-specific cost. SUDS on every single site is different. You can't set a standard SUDS solution for each site. It will vary based on every specific development. So it's a very common abnormal development cost and needs to be accounted for within the viability testing through a robust abnormal cost allowance. We referred to earlier that there's this sort of vague infrastructure cost allowance, which is supposedly covering abnormals, but also standard costs. We just have no clarity at all as to what that's actually covering. So referring to Appendix C, Mom, it's not been tested again. There's no evidence to demonstrate that it's viable in our view. And therefore the viability evidence needs to be revisited to include an appropriate and transparent allowance for these requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elwood.
Yes, thank you, Mum. Just to be clear, you mentioned a suite of policies to be discussed now, DM policies. I think you mentioned DM 43, but that isn't in your list of MIQs. Did you perhaps mean DM 34?
No, just bear with me a minute. I did mean DM 43 because it's referring to green and blue infrastructure, but I do also have DM 34 to cover in due course.
Okay, I'll deal with it later then. Okay, thank you, Mum.
Yeah, don't worry, I will go there. Okay, thank you. Anything more from the council on what they've just heard from Ms. Gradwell?
Ma'am, I just want to reiterate that it is clear that we have made allowances within the testing for biodiversity net gain, for green space and for sustainable drainage. Where items are marked green in the policy review, this isn't, if you like, an absolute indication that there is no cost associated with that part of the development. It's more that we don't believe there is an additional cost over and above those which we would already make that we need to respond to. So, for example, biodiversity net gain, we are already making a response because there's a national requirement to do so. So we don't need to have a specific response to the council's policy about biodiversity. And in the same way, in relation to sustainable drainage as well, it's clear that both we and Ms. Gradwell are agreeing that it is a component of most development sites. And so typically SUDS will be a part of most development sites. We have, as we've explained, used a typology-based approach rather than specific sites in our viability testing. And as a result, we are unable to put in site-specific drainage system allowances because clearly they will vary, and it is therefore appropriate to use generalized allowances. And that's clearly the approach that's suggested by PPG as well.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Brophy first of all before Ms. Gradwell.
Yes, thank you. Just to say we've got a little technical issue here, and Mrs. Clark is currently not connected to the internet, so we're seeking to resolve that. But could we maybe just have a minute to make sure that happens?
Okay. If we're having a bit of a technical issue, it might be best if we all just stay in the meeting but are quiet. I noticed Mr. Behrens just possibly had technical issues as well and has just re-entered the meeting.
Yes, it all froze and so I didn't have enough memory, so I have no idea. The children aren't even back from school yet, which is usually the problem. So it's YouTube is a nightmare. It's
yes, well, my children are banned from using the internet at all during an examination or an inquiry. But there you go, the life they lead as the children of a planning inspector. Eh? Okay, well, we'll just pause and wait for Mrs. Clark to rejoin us.
Thank you.
I've just admitted Mrs. Clark, so hopefully she's here and she can see and hear us again. Is everything running okay, Mrs. Clark?
We're not quite there yet.
Mrs. Clark, could you just confirm you're back in the meeting okay, please?
Yes, I'm now back in the room. Thank you.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you. Hope you didn't miss too much. No,
I don't think so, and I think Mr. Houston dealt with it.
Ms. Gradwell, you will.
Thank you, Mum. Just one final point
Okay.
on this, if we may say, I think we've heard from the council that council's consultants that the green shading in Appendix C doesn't necessarily mean they've not accounted for a cost, which we are struggling to kind of reconcile really. So that's a very, very vague in our view, but more specifically, the council have suggested they have accounted for an allowance for sustainable urban drainage. We fully agree you can't adopt a site-specific allowance, but clearly an allowance still needs to be made. It's just a question for the council, not if they can please confirm specifically what allowance, so the actual cost per plot that has been included, please, for sustainable urban drainage systems required by this policy. Thank you.
Mr. Houston or Mrs. Clark?
Thank you, Inspector. I think I would really point you towards, again, table 5.10, which sets out the overall allowances. We don't attempt to disaggregate those. Sorry, that's table 5.10 in 20.1. We don't attempt to. Yeah, we don't attempt to disaggregate those allowances. They will include roads. They will include provision of services. They will include drainage. They will include an element of landscaping, and they will also include incidental open space and planting. And within that, they will also include sustainable drainage systems, and that will be part of the overall site design. So, as such, they are within those broad allowances. So the fact that we haven't made a specific allowance for SUDs is neither any worse nor better for saying I don't know what the specific allowance for roads versus the specific allowance for tree planting versus the specific allowance for anything else that might need to be done. They are typologies, and these are an allowance-based approach to it.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Mrs. Clark.
There's one thing to bear in mind here, that the direction of policy DM34 isn't a new approach. The provision of a wide range of SUDs, particularly above ground SUDs, are fairly usual within sites at the moment, and they're not necessarily dealt with as abnormal costs on those sites. If you have an above ground SUDs, you don't have your usual tank, so there is some offsetting costs there when you're looking at this type of drainage, and the policy does deal with the hierarchy. It also includes the appropriateness of sites and how the SUDs are used within them. So it isn't setting out a very specific method or cost associated with SUDs.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. Just to bring us back to a point we discussed earlier, ma'am. So we previously mentioned there's only a 5% allowance for external works within the viability assessment, and for all sites under 100 units in size, 10 to 100 units, there's only £5,000 per plot for the other infrastructure costs, and for sites between 101 and 500 units, there's only £10,000 per plot for other infrastructure costs. So we have just heard a multitude of costs which are supposedly covered by these very small allowances. We have no transparency whatsoever as to what is what makes up that £10,000 and £5,000 per plot of all of those cost heads which we're told are included, plus that very, very small external works allowance. So it's, again, Mark, it's just very concerning that we don't feel there's sufficient cost included in the assessment to cover the standard development cost plus these policy requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Aylward.
Just to say, I heard Mrs. Clark mention policy DM34 there. But just to, are we dealing with that now or later?
Given that we've kind of morphed into it, if you want to deal with it now, please do, and perhaps we won't cover it again later.
Thank you. It's quite a brief point, really. So essentially, it's to do with the reference to urban creep. A bit of a niche point, I'm afraid. But the council are suggesting it's obviously it's a further allowance to ensure surface water drainage is positive and deals with climate change. And the council are suggesting that urban creep will be applied on a blanket basis. The government advice in terms of urban creep says it should only be applied to residential development, and therefore not employment development or other uses. So we would just simply ask that the council's approach would be consistent with the DEFRA's approach, which is the kind of as we understand it, is the industry accepted approach. So we would suggest the council should reflect that. So to ensure that urban creep references should only be for residential development. Thank you.
Mrs. Clark?
I'm afraid the LLFA were primed to deal with the runoff rates the other day, and I don't know enough about those details to answer. Other than non-residential do have some degree of permitted development, so I suspect that might be where the LLFA are coming from, but I'm not 100% sure, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Gradwell and Mr. Aylward, you've still got your hands up. Did you want to respond now, Ms. Gradwell?
It was just one point, Mum. If we go on to DM 34, there's a comment in the council's hearing statement saying the emphasis on above ground SUD will not add costs. We disagree with this statement, Mum. Above ground SUD, so surface water drainage basin, swales, and they are considerable site-specific abnormal development costs. And if they've not been accounted for in the council's viability assessment, then they will be coming at the application stage. It links back to that point we suggested before. The benchmark land values need to be much higher to account for these inevitable abnormal costs, which are going to come at the application stage if there's going to be an adjustment for land value, if that's how the council are going to deal with it. But just to be clear, from our perspective, above ground SUDs are not cost free. They are costs which need to be accounted for within the testing, in our view. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Aylward.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the clarification from Ms. Clark was helpful. If it's of use to you, ma'am, we can happily provide you the information from the DEFRA guidance that shows considers urban creep and where it should be applied. And of course, if the council is deciding to apply it more widely in a blanket fashion, it's going to therefore increase costs to employment development, which we've already discussed is non-viable, and it's an irrecoverable cost, and therefore is a further constraint to the realism of delivering plan-led requirements for employment floor space. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aylward. The council like to respond on that? Sorry, just before the council does respond, can I hear from Mr. Berendt?
Thank you, Mark. I wasn't sure this was discussed whilst I was frozen and then booted off the system. But in terms of biodiversity net gain, I suppose it also links into the above ground SUDs, is how that was factored in terms of net developable area. It might well have been discussed in terms of, especially in relation to biodiversity net gain, is that can be quite a significant amount of land that's taken up from a site that will reduce the capacity of that site to deliver. If it is the other alternative obviously is to deliver more off-site, which obviously then is a higher cost in terms of the any credits that might be required to deliver that off-site. So I think in terms of the costings that apply for biodiversity net gain, these are quite relatively low costs in terms of what's set out in the impact assessment by government, which is acknowledged. And I think the council themselves acknowledged that that it can't take account of what actual biodiversity is on site, and the fact that the higher the level of biodiversity, the more gain that the more credits that are needed to order to achieve 10%. So I think it's how that's been considered within the viability assessment. It seems quite a flat rate, rather than saying actually there could be far more significant impact, not just in terms of the cost, but also in terms of the amount of land required to offset that, and how that then impacts on the amount of homes that can be delivered or development that can be delivered on that site.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Houston and Mrs. Clark.
Thank you, Inspector. Just sort of going back a couple of comments, really just to reiterate that some of these things we've been discussing, such as SUDs, we don't consider to be an additional cost of development over and beyond that which would commonly be undertaken as a standard part of development. And that's why there are no specific additional allowances made. We would also like to make the point that if there are additional costs for specific sites, so if there is a particular drainage issue on a specific site, then we would expect that to be accommodated through a change in land value. And that's very clearly the approach that's taken in PPG. And that is applicable across a wide range of constraints, be it contamination or drainage or other wildlife mitigation or transport mitigation, whatever it might be. And there needs to be some flex in land value in order for that to happen. The approach we've taken to biodiversity net gain is a fairly straightforward interpretation of the impact assessment that national government has undertaken, where within that impact assessment, they have assumed that some of the biodiversity net gain is delivered on site and some of the biodiversity net gain is delivered off site, and that there is a specific cost for off site delivery, and we've built that into the viability appraisals. In terms of the on site delivery, we're aware of the work that's been done last year by the RSPB, in which they rehearsed a whole set of relatively low cost mechanisms for delivering biodiversity net gain on site, and also reinforced the issue, reinforced the process that when biodiversity net gain is designed into a scheme, that there are considerable overlaps with provision of green space as well as standard landscaping and planting and so on. And so we've not made specific land area adjustments for biodiversity net gain, because we are not assuming that it is all being delivered on site, but that some of it is being delivered off site, and that there is a cost for doing so, and that's built into our appraisals.
Thank you. Anything from Mrs. Clark?
No, nothing further to add.
Thank you. Mr. Aylward.
Thank you. 2 points, really. I think we're kind of in danger of becoming circular here. Mr. Houston suggested there that they've not sought to assess the costs effects of anything that would be a typical development cost that you'd be imposed anywhere else in the country. That might be through building regs or other approaches. So back to urban creep, the industry approach is urban creep shouldn't be applied to non-residential development. Lancaster are trying to impose that has a cost effect to it, so that should be assessed here. So that's just one example where the local experience will be different to what's being applied more widely, so it should be assessed as such. And reflecting on BNG for a second, my client's actually running a scheme currently in Lancaster for a development that will involve quite substantial BNG mitigation and it's complicated because of the point that Mr. Berent raised about the base BNG value of the site is quite high, therefore the BNG cost is commensurately high. But that is a site-specific issue, of course, but there's also another reference here, which is actually the council are finding it extraordinarily challenging to identify where off-site provision could be given in and around Lancaster at the moment in relation to that scheme, and therefore the costs arising are similarly unclear. So I do think that it's relevant here to not necessarily, even though for the purposes of local plan testing, you have to assess something. It has to be based on a typology and some kind of general approach. You can't test everything in every scenario. But given that there are examples here where things can be considerably different, we just think it's important that there should be a reference in the evidence, to understand that. We can't be clear at the moment that the evidence is providing enough opportunity to consider a site-by-site basis. And obviously, if we've misinterpreted that, then I'd be happy to be referred to that. But just we're concerned at the moment that the council are already applying these BNG mitigation requirements, and it's already proving extraordinarily challenging. We're concerned that if it's going to be established here along with other obligations, it's just going to further impede deliverability, or at least to further impede the council's confidence about delivering plan-led floor space. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a point raised by Mr. Houston earlier with regards to land values. So if I've understood correctly, the council's consultant position is that any additional costs not included in the viability assessment will be deducted from the benchmark land values. We've already highlighted, ma'am, the benchmark land values as they stand are already far too low in our view, and we've evidenced that very clearly in our representations, and won't repeat what we discussed earlier, but starting now, they're already far too low. If there's then a suggestion that any additional costs not included are going to be deducted, those land values are going to be nil or negative, ma'am, and clearly that's by no chance going to incentivize any landowner to release their site. That's exacerbated by the fact that a lot of the policy costs, as we've shown in our hearing statement and representations, have not been accounted for within the testing. And it may help you, ma'am, at paragraph 6.170 to 6.176 of our Regulation 18 representation, we provided very clear evidence of a wide range of typical residential development sites where site-specific viability assessments have been submitted. The average abnormal cost allowance across those sites was around £25,000 per plot. So if you take an average site density of, say, 14 units per net acre, that's sort of £250,000 to £300,000 per acre in abnormal cost. The council are proposing benchmark land values of between £70,000 and £140,000 per acre. So you can see quite clearly there, ma'am, that there's going to be no land value, and if that's the position that's adopted, given that none of these costs have been accounted for in the testing. So it's just heightened our concerns really that if the policies are adopted based on this viability evidence, that development would just simply not be deliverable, and landowners will not bring forward land. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Clark and Mr. Houston.
Thank you. I mean, I think the issue of specific higher costs on individual sites is something that can only be dealt with on a individual site appraisal level. I think that in doing so, the council will consider the wider planning balance related to delivering development on that site. And if it decides that either the site is not suitable or that it is suitable, but planning obligations need to be amended to deal with it, then that will be the case on a case-by-case basis. But in terms of determining overall policy, it seems clear to me that the viability approach of taking neither the worst case nor the best case scenario, but attempting to steer a middle ground, as we have, is a suitable basis for determining the viability of policy overall.
Thank you. Anything from Mrs. Clark?
Going back to the flexibility that Mr. Houston has just mentioned, applications are determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Now, a lot of these policies that are being referred to do not require or specify certain actions. And obviously, of course, there are some that do, such as DM30A, and there's the national direction for biodiversity net gain that have been incorporated into the viability appraisal. Where the other policies are setting out the direction of travel, but not a specific requirement, that would fall within the balance when you're determining a planning application.
Thank you. Anything further on policies DM34, DM43, SP8 and SC4 before we move on? No? Okay, thank you. So the next policy that I had in my list of many policies that have been referred to by participants, DM1, so the mix of housing types and tenures there. Mrs. Clark.
The viability appraisal reflects the existing evidence, such as the strategic housing market assessment, and the mix that's within table 4.1 of the plan, and so that's included within that. It's the same with the percentage for affordable housing. That hasn't changed, and that's been included in the viability assessment, as have the standards, the housing standards at DM2.
So the accessibility standards M42?
Yes.
Okay, so that's DM1, 2 and 3?
Yes.
Okay. Anything from any of the participants on DM1, 2 and 3? No. Okay. Thank you. If we can move on. So DM27, I think, was possibly mentioned by Mr. Dorber either yesterday or the day before. And that is a policy which deals with open space. So perhaps if the council could just cover that. And I think the particular concern was the change in thresholds that's been dealt with in one of the appendices.
Policy DM27 says that due consideration should be paid to the thresholds and standards set out in Appendix D. It doesn't require specific adherence to those thresholds or the contributions that are then further on in the appendix. The existing thresholds and the costs are considered at application stage. The provisions depend on a site circumstances, and not all the provision and the contributions are required or achieved at the moment. It's that site-by-site basis. So there's no real difference in how that will be achieved or what will be delivered on site. It's just looking at slightly different thresholds, and the costs are slightly different.
Okay, thank you. Understood. Anything from any of the participants on that? No. Okay. There's hands up silence. DM29, which is key design principles. So I think there was concern on this from Cushman and Wakefield and from the Home Builders Federation in terms of the changes to DM29 and whether that had been factored into the viability work. So if the council could respond on that, please.
The changes this sets out key principles rather than sets out specific requirements. So opportunities to, as we would now refer, optimize solar gain, etc., are dealt with in the layout of the site. It doesn't specify a specific requirement. I think we'll probably move on to DM30C in a moment. Ensuring that roads are designed to prioritise the safety of the most vulnerable. That's something that you would expect on any application at present. It's just changing the emphasis within the policy and highlighting it as an issue. It's the same with maximising opportunities for accessible travel. The policy emphasises the provision. It doesn't require a specific requirement, and that's a direction that we're dealing with anyway on planning applications. The next point, green and blue infrastructure, I think we've dealt through the DM, the SC4, SP8 and various other policies we dealt with a moment ago. Then we've got the opportunities for food growing and on-site composting. They can be provided within garden spaces, or if there's communal external space, it can be accommodated in there. It's not that we're requiring additional open space and such.
Thank you. Anything from participants? Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. I think our main concern here is, ma'am, that whilst there's not a fixed requirement, the policy obligation, so to speak, would result in additional costs which haven't been factored in to the viability testing. So again, just referring back to Appendix C, this DM29 is with the green shading, no additional cost impact. But I think just referring to some of the wording, ma'am, says ensure opportunities are taken to maximise solar gain and solar, electric or thermal energy generation through the site layout and building orientation and design of buildings for the purposes of energy efficiency and energy generation. So whilst that may be possible on certain schemes, ma'am, for a small number of dwellings, you may be able to orientate to prevent, overheating or maximise solar gain. That simply won't be possible for all plots without adversely impacting on the layout and the density. But most importantly, the council's consultant, so Ward William Armstrong, who've undertaken the cost assessments for the building standards cost, they've illustrated that the build cost increased quite significantly where external solar shading is required. It's Appendix A of the viability assessment document 20.1. So if this can't be designed out as the policy sort of pushes for, the costs increase significantly, and that cost impact has not been tested by Three Dragons. So the true implications of this policy have not been tested, man. Again, that's why we have concerns as to the viability of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw Mr. Barrett's hand go up but go down, so I think Ms. Gradwell must have covered his point. Mr. Houston or Mrs. Clark?
I think, again, it's going back to the specific wording. So it's just ensuring opportunities are taken to optimise, as we're now looking at. And all these elements will be taken into account as part of a planning application. And they're balanced against whether they can be achieved with the topography and the layout and the site. There's a whole host of other matters that are already in the policy that you will balance when you're dealing with a planning application. So the design, the relationship with existing properties, it doesn't necessarily add a specific cost to development. In terms of solar shading and such, they are incorporated within the costs that are associated with DM30A. And I'm sure when we're moving on to that, Mr. Houston can deal with that element a little bit more detail.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barrett, you put your hand up again.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's just really with regard to this wider point of all the site specifics and the significant amount of site specifics that seem to be being discussed. And this is moving away, I suppose, from the principles of paragraph 58, or is it 59 of the NPPF, in terms of making sure that decision makers know from the plan that a site with all the policy obligations within it is deliverable and is viable. And I think it's that coming to that point in terms of actually making sure that It is, and I suppose that comes to the point in terms of headrooms, in terms of contingencies, in terms of the externals, the external costs in terms of what could be, and making sure that those are sufficient to ensure that actually the council can have this plan and say, actually, you know what, the majority of development can come forward on this. And I think that's where the concern comes, is in relation to that. I think there clearly will need to be significant amounts of negotiation, but it's how do you reflect that, ensure that that's minimized through these policies, and that might be in terms of reducing those. But it is just that reflecting back on national policy and in terms of what national policy is seeking to achieve, I think, through plan-wide testing, viability testing at this stage. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Ms. Gradwell.
I think that's exactly the point, Ma'am, that we would come to at the conclusion here. The PPG, the NPPF is very clear that viability should be tested at the plan making stage, and the majority of sites should be shown to be deliverable based on the policy requirements. If there's flexibility in policy, then yeah, that's absolutely vital, but it shouldn't be required to be used on every single application. We need robust evidence now that these policies are going to be deliverable for the majority of sites, and that doesn't exist as it stands in our view, Ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the council like to respond?
Is the issues that are being raised here in terms of each and every aspect of the policy comes back to how you deal with a local plan and how you deal with the planning application. If we were to attribute a cost for every element within the plan, I'm not quite sure how you would do that, because it is all very dealt with on a site-by-site basis on a planning application. We have elements within the adopted policy which are not changing, such as contribute to the identity and character of the area. Now, that is dependent on circumstances. When this plan was adopted, that detail was not specifically viability tested. The same applies to safety and security through design, or the balance of compatible buildings and materials. There's no difference in how these elements of policy DM29 apply to a planning application as the new parts of that policy. So not every single section needs to be viability tested or can be viability tested. And it's not a case that that flexibility would only come into place where there is a viability appraisal. It comes into just generally determining how a site works, how it works together, whether you've got that relationship between properties, what your design's like, and how you use the opportunities you have on a site.
Thank you. Mr. Aylward.
Yeah, thank you, Ma'am. I was just kind of going through my notes just now in terms of the purpose of viability in plan making, and then the reference to what you do at DM stage. Looking at the PPG, section 10, paragraph 6, I'm sure others will be aware of it, but I'm going to paraphrase now. It is, as promoters, we're supposed to engage in plan making to ensure costs are taken into account, so that proposals for typical development can be policy compliant. And then moving on, then there's an assumption thereafter, once you get to an adopted plan, that where up-to-date policies have been set out, the contributions applications that fully comply with them should be assumed to be viable. So essentially, the whole purpose of the exercise is to ensure that a typical general development would be viable upon application of the policies adopted in the plan. I mean, clearly it can't be the case that local plan could or should assess every scenario, every typology. There will always be sites that have dreadful contamination or whatever that abnormal might be, but the phrase is, the key word is abnormal, isn't it? What we're referring to here, in terms of the developments that I'm referring to, it's not unexpected that there will be developments in Lancaster that would involve employment land over the course of the plan period. Similarly, there'll be lots of housing developments that would require some elements of sustainable drainage, or might even require a garage, for example. These things. So I think our point really is that it doesn't appear from my perception of the way today's session has gone, that the respondents, other than the council, are satisfied that the testing has met that threshold. And the only way we get past that, I think, is actually what comes out in policy DM 58, which we're not looking at in this section here, which is about about infrastructure and viability testing, which essentially provides a clause there that just accepts that there will be viability appraisals, but by the sound of it, these appraisals will be required almost on every site. I think that shouldn't be needed. It shouldn't be helpful to the planning authority moving forward. Ideally, this process should be about arriving at a set of viability outcomes that would be expected to be typical, consistent, and would only need recourse to viability appraisals for the abnormal. So I think that's my point really. Is I don't think there's been so many examples cited today of instances where this viability framework doesn't appear to cover very typical, very expected developments that come through the plan period. So I think that does seem to be a real omission and error from my perspective. It's, you know, I've not seen this level of debate about all sorts of development, all types of inputs in the process. It just seems to be unfortunate, really. Thank you, Mum.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam. Just lower my hands to avoid the legacy issue. Yeah, whilst we're trading paragraphs from the PPG, I think it's important to make sure that one reads this part of the PPG sensibly, as we're told to by the courts. Paragraph 1 of the PPG, Madam, and forgive the grandmother's and egg sucking point yet again from me, second paragraph tells us policy requirements should be informed by evidence of infrastructure and affordable housing need, and these are the magic words, and a proportionate assessment of viability that takes into account all relevant policies and local and national standards. What is not required is, if you will, an absolute, let's consider every possible cost that might inform might be relevant to each individual application, and let's do it on a disproportionate basis, so that we can demonstrate that in general terms, I think the phrase Mr. Elwood just made reference to was most development will come forward. The preamble to all of the discussions that take place in PPG is that this is a proportionate exercise where one takes account of. That doesn't mean that one has to feed in every possible input and look at a worst case scenario and then look at an outturn in terms of viability. So, Madam, your judgment in relation to soundness, I would suggest, has to assess whether we have done sufficient at a proportionate level at this stage to inform plan making, recognising that Mr. Elwood's absolutely right, that at application stage, there may very well be a more detailed assessment in some instances if viability is being questioned at the more detailed stage. And that's because at plan making stage, there is a presumption it should be demonstrated to be in general terms viable based on this proportionate exercise, but that there is the opportunity to come back behind that at individual stages. It's perhaps difficult to draw the line in some instances, but whilst Mr. Elwood may not have experience of going through this sort of exercise, some of us do, and you will form a view as to whether we have sufficiently got over the proportionate assessment rather than the counsel of perfection type assessment. I hope that's helpful, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Has anybody got anything else to add on DM 29 before we move on to DM 38, which I'm sure will provoke some discussion as well? No? Okay. So can we move on to DM 30A, which deals with sustainable design and construction. So this one is a policy where concern's been expressed by Storey Homes, by the Home Builders Federation, and by Cushman and Wakefield, to name but a few. Could the council just go over their coverage?
Yeah, Mr. Houston will take the detail. One aspect that we probably didn't deal with in clarity the other day when we went through DM30A was the carbon emission reductions within the policy relate to regulated energy only. And that's what has been reflected in the viability assessment. So it will perhaps be worthwhile adding in to each of these points that it's a reduction in carbon emissions from regulated energy.
So I did pick that up from the discussion the other day in terms of regulated energy. But so you're suggesting in terms of every bullet point in the box, effectively.
As well as in the supporting text, yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's one to add to your list.
And then I'll pass over to Mr. Houston, who will deal with the costs associated with that.
Please.
Thank you. So the requirements of this policy have been specifically included within the viability appraisal. The basis for the information is pieces of work by Inhabit, who are building efficiency specialists, and they have been costed by Ward Williams, who are cost consultants, and they have provided us with a set of costs which we've then used within our viability appraisal. So these costs cover the uplift from building regulations 2013 to the current building regulations, and then they also cover costs for future homes. They cover costs for fabric first approach, and through a fabric first approach with renewable energy generation, net zero, and sort of meeting the different steps of the progression through this policy. The costs that have been used are within the initial viability appraisal 20.1, and these are covered in the subsection beginning with paragraph 5.33, and that goes over the page to 5.39. And then there was further clarification provided within the addendum report 20.4, and the full reports by Inhabit and by Ward Williams are within 20.2. So that's Appendix A, and they make up the whole of that appendix.
Thank you. Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, Ma'am. I think there are 3 points we'd like to make in regards to this policy, if possible. Please, I think firstly, this is a policy where it's very clear that there are costs in there for the testing, but we have significant concerns with those assumptions. So firstly, Ma'am, table 2.1 of the addendum, document 20.4, confirms that Three Dragons have taken the very lowest end of the range of the cost specified for each building standard in the Ward Williams report at page 81. So there is a spread of costs provided for each house type for each standard. And we would like the council's consultant to confirm why they feel it's appropriate to take the very lowest end of the range of those costs, and when that is contrary to best practice of not testing the margins of viability. So the table at paragraph 6.20 of our regulation 19 representations shows that the approach of taking the very lowest end of the range rather than the midpoint, which we would feel is a reasonable balanced position, would understate the cost by about £1,200 per plot on average, when compared to the midpoint. So if you aggregate that up across the scheme, particularly for bigger sites, that would have a huge impact on the total cost allowances within those appraisals, and that's exacerbated by the fact that we have no headroom on profit. We feel that's too low. Benchmark land values, external works, all the other assumptions that we've discussed. Again, this is another which is set at the very, very margins of viability. And then the second point, Ma'am, related to that, which kind of compounds our concerns, is that Three Dragons have built in an economies of scale adjustment for applying the cost. So we originally highlighted concerns associated with the methodology, where a percentage of base build cost has been utilised to apply the costs. And because Free Dragons have differentiated those build costs, they've adopted lower costs for the larger sites. That means that, say, a 4% of that lower base build cost produces a lower cost per house type for the building standards costs, whereas Ward Williams' report does not specify that an economies of scale adjustment should be applied. It has the same cost per house type for every single site type. It does not advise to vary the cost by site size. Free Dragons have responded stating that they feel it's appropriate to incorporate the same economies of scale adjustment to the building standards as they have for the base build costs. But we've highlighted why that's not appropriate in our view, and there's no established supply chain to drive the economies of scale in comparison to the base build cost. And in fact, the Ward Williams report further supports and confirms this. As set out at paragraph 6.26 to 6.29 of our Regulation 19 representations, the Ward Williams report states that there's no economies of scale at present on these costs. So the council's approach contradicts their own evidence. So we've got the lowest end of the range for the cost and an economies of scale adjustment. So we're very, very concerned that these costs are not sufficient to accommodate the required standards. And then the final point, Ma'am, relates to the passive house costs, which have been adopted within the testing. So Free Dragons state that for passive house, the same cost has been applied as for the Part L uplifts. So addendum, paragraph 2.2, Part L 2021 is stated to result in a 31% reduction in emissions. Passive house classic, a 75+% reduction in emissions. Yet the same cost has been applied, or in fact, it's actually marginally lower for certain house types than the passive house cost, as shown in the addendum at table 2.1. So if the costs were the same, Ma'am, we would ask why are more developers not building to passive house standards if it was the same as Part L? We don't believe there's a robust allowance for passive house. And then similarly, passive house plus, Free Dragons have applied a 7% uplift. That's only 3% greater than Part L, yet Passive House Plus is to achieve net zero carbon. And in fact, the Passive House Plus cost of 7% is 4% lower than the Future Home Standard cost, which only achieves a 75% reduction in emissions. So the cost for net zero is less than the cost to achieve a 75% reduction. But again, we're just very concerned on that none of the costs that have been adopted are actually sufficient to deliver the building standards, and therefore, by consequence, the policy has not been tested as demonstrated as viable and deliverable. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Thank you. Yes, so I can confirm that that's where the costs are and that we have used the lower end of the range, and this is on the basis that development will typically see the lowest cost route through any requirement. And I think that's quite logical and quite well established. It would be illogical to use the higher end of the range. I would also point out that in many of the case studies, there is headroom, and that should house builders choose to use other solutions to get to these building standards, they may choose to do so if there's a commercial case and if there's a feasibility case that requires them to do so. In relation to economies of scale, I must admit, I must push back on Ms. Gradwell's perspective there. There is a clear logic that large-scale house building will achieve economies of scale, whether that's on the current requirements or on future requirements. It is clearly not logical to suggest otherwise. And those economies of scale will become even more apparent as technologies become more established and familiarity grows, and that costs overall drop as well. And those will be felt first by those who are instigating these measures at volume. It's also worthwhile saying that within the policy, there's a clear push towards fabric first, and this underlines quite a lot of the points in relation to the cost allowances that are made within the viability study. So forgive me, because I'm not a house efficiency specialist, but I've read enough about it to understand that the fabric first approach is a much lower cost approach to achieving higher building standards than using bolt-on technologies. And part of the issue with the move to the current building regulations is that the response is not a fabric first approach, but that the response is to do with other measures which add cost. And it's long been the argument for those who seek to advocate passive house or its equivalents that much greater results can be achieved with much less cost using a fabric first approach. And it seems to me that's why Lancaster have included that within their policy wording. And that also goes to the heart of why passive house is considered by the cost consultants to be a cheaper approach than the future home standard, is because it is a fabric first approach. And coming back to where we started in terms of economies of scale, a fabric first approach isn't using complicated technologies for which there may yet be emerging supply chains. They are predominantly using materials and techniques that are already well established within the building industry. And so all of those come together and underpin the cost allowances that Ward Williams have suggested that we use to viability test this policy. So it's a kind of an in the round answer there, and so forgive me for that. But I think it seems to get really to the heart of the debate about building standards.
Thank you, Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. We won't repeat our representations, ma'am, but just to point you to, it's paragraph 6.26 to 6.29 of our Regulation 19 representations clearly set out the council's own evidence, which says there's no economies of scale adjustment merited at present, and at least not for 5 or 10 years. Just to help you when referring back. Again, ma'am, we can't understand the adoption of the lowest cost. The best practice at the plan making stage is not to test the margins of viability. It would be perfectly reasonable in our view to take a midpoint of the expert advice, and we request that the viability is rerun with the minimum of the midpoint cost and with no economies of scale adjustment, because that has not been justified. Just the final point the council referred to was the cost expert's own evidence supports the passive house cost, but if you look in the Inhabit report in Appendix A, February 2021, they refer to a cost of 8% or more for passive house, and the council have adopted 4%. So again, there's no consistency with the actual evidence base. So our overarching request, ma'am, is that certainly the building standards plus all of the other assumptions that we've highlighted today need to be reconsidered, and the viability appraisals need to be rerun with reasonable allowances in for all policy requirements and the other aspects we've discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from the council on that point? Mr. Houston.
Thank you. I won't repeat the earlier arguments, but just to say there was a specific point there about the reference to the Inhabit report, which I believe to be slightly out of context. That reference was in relation to an illustration of the fall in cost premium over a period of time and is not meant to reflect current costs.
Thank you. Anything further on policy DM30A? No? Okay. I understand, although Mr. Aylward appears to still be in the meeting, that he's actually had to leave to go to another appointment, and he may well be back in future. But he's asked that I rely on his comments from Reg 19 and from his hearing statement to other matters in connection with the discussion. Okay. So DM30B deals with water efficiency. Could the council just swiftly go over that, please?
The increase in costs for water efficiency for housing is negligible, so there's not a specific element within the viability appraisal for that. If you go to the water management evidence that was produced by, in part of our hearing statement by United Utilities, they have put information about costs and the take-up of the reduction levels within it.
So that was the United Utilities response to matter 6?
It was, yes.
Okay, any points on DM30B? Ms. Gradwell.
Just briefly, ma'am, we don't disagree with the council's position that the water efficiency does result in a negligible cost. That's completely agreed. But the other aspects of the policy, such as green roofs, low flow taps, rain gardens, there's no additional cost allowance for these aspects. So again, there's no evidence to demonstrate that development can viably support these additional requirements. Thank you.
The council like to respond on the green roofs, rain gardens point, please.
So I think we dealt with that the other day in terms of rewording that element of the policy slightly, and that it is to encourage those measures rather than in addition to the adopted standard. That also need to mention the BREEAM requirement within that policy in terms of the non-residential element. As you know, that is an existing policy, and it does only relate to the sanitary and kitchen parts of non-residential development. So again, it is a fairly negligible cost. It doesn't relate to the processes.
Thank you. Ms. Gradwell.
So sorry, Mum, I've forgotten to mention a point on 38. It links to a similar point we're discussing now. It's with regards to the optional extras under 30A, so requiring developers to offer purchasers opportunities to select particular low carbon technologies and other sustainable measures, such as green roofs, and in the same way that, you know, like optional kitchen upgrades might be offered. And we've set out in detail in our representations the concerns associated with that. And again, it's that same point. There's no additional cost allowances for these requirements, and again, no demonstration that it's deliverable, as well as the practical issues that we've highlighted in our representations, ma'am, at paragraph 7.47 onwards. I won't repeat those, but it's both a viability and a practical issue of that requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Clark.
As optional extras, you would expect the purchaser to provide to pay additional cost to address us, as they would with the more expensive tiles or kitchen.
Okay, anything further on DM30B? No. Okay, we've got a number of further policies to go through, and there's also the matter of first homes and a couple of other questions to be dealt with. We're now at 1 o'clock. How's everybody doing in terms of staying on in this session for a bit longer?
I think the council
Mr.
would
Barrett.
rather continue.
I'm sorry, I'm happy to continue, but my IT is just so apologies. All my documents, everything else, were just completely gone. So Miss Gladwell is making many of the points that we would do in terms of the submissions, in terms of our members and those as well. So, but I will contribute where possible. But I am struggling with my my IT at the moment for some reason, and I'm not sure what. So
Okay.
That's why I haven't got my camera on.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Tucker, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wonder if perhaps a 5-minute comfort break might assist Mr. Berrent, and also then we can carry on straight afterwards, if that would be acceptable.
Yes, that seems like a good idea, Mr. Barrett. Do you think reloading your
may well be. I think my computer's given up the ghost on viability. So if it has 5 minutes to cool down, it may well come back to me. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, shall we say 1:10? Just to give him a chance to reboot his computer. Okay, so the hearing's adjourned until 1:10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul, could you turn your cameras back on, please? The meeting's just about to start. Right.
Thank you. The time's 13:10 and the hearing is resumed. So we'd heard about DM30B. Don't think there was anything else that anybody else wanted to raise on DM30B. So if you move on to DM30C, please, and if the council could just cover that policy.
It's not considered that this would add significant cost because of the wording of the policy. The policy says that I need to take into account the following, and it includes words such as where possible, where appropriate. There is no specific requirements for additional elements within the build.
Thank you, Mrs. Clark. Any points from any participants? No, and just checking, we don't appear to have Mr. Berendt back as yet.
I was just emailing you. I've just spoken to Mr. Berendt. He is still struggling to get in, but he says he will keep trying. But if he can't get back in, he's happy to rely on his written representations and the points that the other participants are raising. But he will keep trying. So I was just emailing you. But
Okay.
you know. Right.
Okay. Thank you, Carol. And if you could thank Mr. Berendt for me for that confirmation. Okay, thank you. So anything else on DM30C? No. Okay. So if we move on, DM33 deals with development and flood risk. If the council could cover that policy, please.
I think we covered this at the same time as DM34 in terms of its impacts.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on DM33 from any of the participants? No. Okay. We've already covered DM34. I think no hands going up on that one. Okay. And DM44 deals with biodiversity. Does the council want to add anything to the points that have already been made on biodiversity net gain?
I think the response in terms of DM44 and DM45 really run together. The costs associated are included within the biodiversity net gain element and the costs associated with site development. There are crossovers in meeting and achieving several of these policies.
Thank you. Anything from any of the participants on DM44 or DM45? No. Okay. So I won't cover DM58 just yet, given that that covers viability points that I have questions on after we've gone through all the rest of the policy. Sorry, I won't cover DM58, but DM59 I think was raised by Cushman and Wakefield. This is a policy on telecommunications and broadband improvements. So Mrs. Clark, if you'd like to introduce that for the council.
The elements within this policy are well established and are existing incorporated within schemes, so therefore will be within that overall development cost. There's nothing additional added within it.
Thank you. Anything further from Ms. Gradwell?
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, not to repeat the points in our representations, ma'am, but yeah, it's that requirement within the policy that, again, it's referring to Appendix C. So we've got the green shading, no cost impact, whereas the policy requirements in our view would clearly have a cost impact and therefore need to be factored into the viability testing. So yeah, won't repeat our representation, ma'am, but it's again that position that we don't feel it's been tested and therefore demonstrated as deliverable. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Aylward and then Mr. Houston.
Thank you, Ma'am. So first of all, apologies for stepping out of the meeting just now. So I hope I haven't inconvenienced you or the others by doing so.
No, and I think you missed a bit of a break as well because of IT issues. So
oh, that's good.
Don't worry.
Good. Yeah, okay. So onto IT then. We put in our representations that one of the DM59 requirements is to provide full fibre to the premises broadband for all major development, which therefore includes obviously residential and other uses there. We're aware from our other instructions for other clients in other parts of the country that it's quite often the case that for larger residential schemes, you can actually kind of secure that by agreement with Openreach or other operators and a kind of a cost neutral basis. That's not the case in our experience for employment developments there. So we do think that's, if that assumption is correct, we do therefore think it's a cost that would be an additional cost to development, and we can't see that's been accounted for in the viability work to date, but I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood. Mr. Houston.
Thank you. It's probably worth being aware that Openreach have a formal commitment to provide free fibre to premises for all major development.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Anything further from the council on what they heard from Ms. Gradwell and Mr. Elwood? No? Mr. Elwood, you've got your hand up.
Sorry, it's just to say, kind of, I'm aware of that as an approach that's adopted and an operation in terms of housing development. It's often in terms of development that's of more than 30 units in my experience, rather than necessarily the definitional 10 units. But I'm not aware that's the case in terms of employment development, but I will. I think whilst we're speaking, I will see if I can just kind of find some more information about that. But my understanding to date is that isn't commonly applied in terms of non-residential development. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on that from the council? No, thank you. Okay, well, I will bear that in mind. Moving on to DM62, which is the final policy that I wanted to cover in detail. And this is a policy that we discussed the other day in the transport session, deals with vehicle parking provision and electric vehicle charging points. So if the council could just introduce how that's been accounted for in the viability assessment, please.
Thank you. The approach to the costs for electric vehicle charging are set out in 20.1, primarily in paragraph 5.27, but also with the actual cost itself within table 5.10. So this is showing that this has got a cost allowance of £865 per charger, and that this allowance has been applied to all 3-bed plus dwellings and 50% of 1 to 2 bed dwellings. So we would acknowledge that the way that we've explained the distribution of these costs is slightly different to the wording in the policy, but it's our understanding that this level of allowance in terms of the numbers of dwellings this is applied to would meet the requirement in all circumstances.
Thank you, Ms. Gradwell. Ms. Gradwell, are you having connection problems? I was sure I saw a hand and it's disappeared.
Sorry, ma'am, I was talking away on mute. Sorry. So
it's been a long morning, hasn't it?
It has. Start again. Sorry, ma'am. So we have some concerns here, ma'am, just with regards to the policy that seems to require, from our interpretation, 1-to-1 provision, so one charging point per dwelling, and so we're therefore unclear as to why only 50% of 1- and 2-bed dwellings have been costed. Secondly, ma'am, there's no clarity on the specification of the charging points that are going to be required, which is crucial in terms of the cost assumption. So there's reference to sort of like fast charging points, which would have a much higher cost than the £865 per charger applied in the viability testing. So we would welcome clarity from the council what the position will be there, and for that to be reflected in the policy, so that it's very clear that the allowances are robust. There's also a reference in the policy requiring the charging infrastructure to be provided through renewable or low carbon energy generated on site wherever possible. And I appreciate there's some flexibility with the wherever possible text, but again, that certainly hasn't been accounted for in the viability assessment, and it just mustn't be the case that those additional costs are assumed to be deducted from the benchmark land value at the application stage. For example, that aspect of the policy has not been viability tested, and that needs to be clear, we think. But we would welcome the clarification on the 1-to-1 provision, and in particular why there's only cost for 50% of the 1- and 2 beds. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go back to the council, Mr. Ale, would you have your hand up?
Thank you, ma'am. It's actually a legacy point on the DM59 discussion, if it's okay. It was mentioned by Mr. Houston about the assumption that Openreach would basically provide FTTP essentially free for major developments. I've just checked on their website, and that's not actually correct. Openreach provide free on residential 20 units or more. And in terms of employment development, it's 20 commercial units or more. And obviously, if you think about it, in reality, most employment units will be of a few hundred square meters each. So really, we're talking about a fairly significant employment development would need to be coming together forward at one time to take advantage of that free service. And obviously, developments that are smaller than that, there's a cost applied. Reference to the website from Openreach says that it's a kind of a bespoke discussion. So it's obviously will involve pounds. I can't tell you what that price will be, but it's not the case where you should be accepting that it's essentially a zero cost implication of this policy being introduced. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Houston, perhaps you'd like to cover DM59 and then move on to Ms. Gradwell's points about DM62, please.
Thank you. Yes, it is true we haven't made specific allowances for fibre to premises for commercial applications. It's my understanding that in most cases, Openreach will provide connections for little or no cost for commercial premises. I think for heavy data users, they're likely to provide even more. Yes, okay. There's one of my colleagues has just provided some more information from Openreach, which does, yes, indicate that there's a sliding scale. I would suggest that in proportion to the overall development costs, though, the scale of charges are really quite small. Sorry, would you just bear with me? I'll just check I understand what I'm reading. Forgive me, we're having a George attempt here. So looking at Openreach's website for commercial premises, it suggests that the scale of charges for an individual commercial connection may vary between £2,000 and about £250, depending on how many premises are being connected. I mean, as a proportion of build cost, that really is, well, I mean, it's a cost clearly, but it's not a major cost in any sense. On a pound per square meter basis, that's likely to be pence rather than pounds. So I mean, you know, I can acknowledge there is potentially an omission in the viability testing here, but I think the scale of that omission maybe needs to be sort of borne in mind when you're considering that. In relation to EV charging for residential, the policy does not say one-to-one provision. It says a charger for every dwelling with an allocated parking space. And that's the basis for our supposition, and I think it's got a reasonable supposition, that 3+ bed dwellings will all have allocated parking, and that a good proportion of smaller dwellings will have allocated parking. And that's where we've gone for 50% of the smaller dwellings having allocated parking, and 100% of medium and larger dwellings having allocated parking. And that's the, if you like, the bridge between the wording in our paragraph 5.27 and the wording in the policy. In terms of higher cost charges, we are aware, of course, that there are high cost charges. Our cost is based on the impact assessment undertaken by the government on the introduction of EVCs, and that cost is specifically for residential charges, and so that is the one that we've used. For higher spec superfast chargers, these are normally provided on a commercial basis, either at the curbside or in car parks. And I think that it is a reasonable assumption to say where these are provided, these would be on a commercial cost recovery basis, because they are commercial propositions, and certainly that has been the model of provision thus far.
Thank you. Mr. Aylward, first of all, and then Ms. Gradwell.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Last point on DM59. But thank you to Mr. Houston for accepting that that there is a cost implication for providing FTTP for employment developments. And the further point is, he was inferring that the relevance of the cost increase was limited. I think what we would say here is that would be probably a reasonable proposition if the viability evidence showed that these developments were significantly profitable with a headroom, but they're not. So in the same way as is the case when you look at often in transport development, when there's already an issue, whether it's congestion or viability, any small limited increase can have a more substantial effect on deliverability. So we just think it's another layer where a typology is already under pressure. This isn't going to assist deliverability. Thank you.
Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. Just with regards to the council's points on the provision of the charging points, any 2-bed house, ma'am, would have allocated parking spaces. It'd be kind of, where the residents be parking their cars if there was no allocated parking. Similarly, 1-bed apartments, maybe there might not be one-to-one provision, but 1-bed bungalows would certainly have allocated parking. So we're quite concerned with the approach that's been adopted. And if the assumption is that the dwellings don't have allocated parking, which, as we say, would become very unreasonable in our view, then the sales values will be adversely affected, and because the residents would be unwilling to purchase property, a 2-bed property, for example, with no parking. So I think we would request that the assumptions are revisited there, and a reasonable allowance is made on the assumption of one-to-one provision, and if it's based on allocated parking, because most properties will have allocated parking. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we had Mrs. Clark had a hand up. That's gone down, and now I'll come back to Mr. Elwood again just before going back to Mr. Houston. Mr. Elwood.
Thank you, Ma'am. This is to do with DM62, so I'm back on schedule now. So in terms of employment development, obviously we've made comments before about the requirements for increased active charging and increased passive charging facilities to be provided. We've set out in our comments on previous hearing sessions that as a developer, Derwent are more than happy to accommodate increased passive charging facilities, but the concern is really in terms of increases to active charging facilities. And we went back on previous days to when the government introduced Part S to the building regs and the increase to EV charging requirements there, they completed some impact assessments to assess the cost implications of doing so. And in that, they set out that the key constraint to meeting future demand was about addressing and minimizing retrofitting costs. And which is why we're kind of supportive of the idea of passive facilities now. But I think it's also important to recognise that when those assessments were done, the government didn't take into account what has happened since, which is actually the removal of the subsidies that are given by government to the delivery of those EV charging spaces. So I think it's important to recognise that by going over and above building regs, there is clearly going to be a cost implication, and the issue for developers is by requiring 20% of development of spaces to be provide active charging facilities now, there's an irrecoverable upfront cost, and it appears very likely from my client's experience as a kind of a quite active developer, both in Lancaster and elsewhere, that will be far above what the actual market requirement is from occupiers. So it's not going to be the case realistically that that developers are going to be able to get their clients to actually be happy to pay for that kind of level of a facility at this time. So I think it's irrecoverable cost and providing in excess of market requirements. The better approach, we say, is passive facilities that can then be implemented in due course to respond to demand in such a manner that actually is more cost effective and therefore more realistic. Thank you, Mum.
Thank you. Mr. Houston or Mrs. Clark?
Thank you. It was just a point of clarification on the proportion of EVCs. It should be borne in mind that this is over affordable as well as market housing. So when one's thinking about the context of allocated parking and whether dwellings are saleable without allocated parking, bear in mind a number of these are affordable houses where the same presumption about allocated parking needn't necessarily apply, but they are within the overall provision that we've made. And I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
And in terms of the other points that have been raised regarding employment development?
Is in terms of the point regarding employment development beyond what the market's actually requiring, that seemed to me to be beyond something I could comment from in terms of viability, really. I think there is an overall point about take-up of electric vehicles and the provision of charging points, and the two going hand in hand. But beyond that more general observation, I don't think I can go much further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Aylward.
Yeah, thank you, Mum, and thank you, Mr. Houston. I think the point to us in terms of the kind of consideration of market demand is I think I've seen in your evidence elsewhere an expectation that essentially the market would require this provision, and therefore it would be essentially a nil or limited cost implication. So that's really where this came from. So our understanding is the market doesn't require this level of additional provision. Certainly, we've got to recognise that the government has introduced Building Regs Part S less than a year ago, and that in itself was a considerable step forward and was seen as ambitious by the government. So it's not clear to me what the evidence is to say that Lancaster requires something that's so considerably above that. There's a national climate emergency, and obviously Lancaster has acted positively to respond to that locally and in relation to its own issues, but it doesn't seem clear to me why this substantially increased provision is appropriate here. And even if it was, and certainly nothing to show that it's been sort of any viability implications that could arise have been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood. Ms. Dart for the council.
I'd just like to comment on the recoverability of the costs for commercial development, and that many EV chargers in commercial development are typically run by third parties, and where a commercial development chooses to run them themselves, they tend to charge people to access them, or they're using them to charge their own fleet, which is then offsetting the fuel costs for their own cars. So just to note that it's a bit more nuanced and there is no cost associated with it, or that there's no cost recovery associated with it.
Thank you. Anything further on DM62? Mr. Elwood.
Sorry, I'm just going to try and avoid the back and forth if I can, but I think that last point there, I would be entirely accord with that if the evidence was that there was a willing fleet of people with EV cars that were going to occupy those on day one. I think the issue for us is, through experience, that those EV spaces are not well occupied up front, and those things will increase over time. And as as Ms. Dart says, that there are examples where businesses do run EV charging on a commercial basis, but they'll do so based on their own business model. It's not the case that they're obliged to do so by a government diktat or a council policy. And I think in this instance here, our understanding is this is over provision, and we think it's if there is going to be cost recovery over a period of time, it's not it just seems excessive, really. This is why we say the best approach is to be focused upon increasing passive charging as far as can be done. The government's approach is to say 20% passive charging. The council here, in addition to active, the council here is saying essentially 80% passive charging in addition to active. So we say that we support the idea of increasing passive charging considerably, but we don't think it's appropriate to be increasing the active charging to such a degree. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from the council on that? No? Okay, thank you. So just turning to, so anything more on DM62 before we move on? No hands up, great. Okay. So just in terms of policy DM58, which deals with infrastructure delivery and funding. So this is the policy which refers to development viability being a material consideration in assessing development proposals, and it recognises that in some circumstances requirements for planning obligations may render development at the margins of viability. And then it goes on to talk about submission of a financial viability assessment and the consideration of whether any requirements can be delivered through alternative mechanisms or deferred. So there's been a lot of discussion over the past few hours about the potential effects of different policies that the council is either introducing for the first time or amending through the climate emergency review. So is the appropriate mechanism, should there need to be a viability assessment, or should the applicant perceive there to be a need for a viability assessment because they were concerned about the overall viability of their scheme, is the appropriate mechanism for this within policy DM58, or should it be included, as a number of participants in the examination have said, in other policies throughout the plan? And could I get the council's view on that, please?
Viability is a material consideration regardless of what is said in the plan. It comes through the NPPF and the PPG guidance. So you would where an applicant has provided evidence that a scheme would not be viable, when all the policies in the plan are applied, there is the capacity there and even the requirement there that you would take into account viability. Now, we don't believe it is necessary to put a flexibility clause in every single policy throughout the plan, because it's a basic premise of decision making that you consider all material considerations, and viability would be one of those. The concern with going back and adding that clause within certain policies is it gives the perception of a certain amount of priority throughout the plan, whereas it's very much on a site-by-site basis. You may have a site where an off-site play equipment or green space contribution would be expected through the plan, or a highway improvement contribution is requested, but on a specific scheme it may be considered more important that the carbon reduction through building fabric is more important, or the longer term provision of a footpath cycle link that would reduce reliance on less sustainable transport measures should be given greater weight. And they're very much on a site specific basis, so we don't believe that a viability flexibility element is required to go through each policy within the plan. And the final point is, where do we stop? We look at adding them in the policies that we're changing as part of this plan, but then do we need to go through the rest of the plan to add it into everything else? There's a concern that we need to go through the whole plan doing that.
Mm-hmm. So just bearing in mind what you said about importance given to different policies. So at the moment, are there other instances in the plan other than DM58 which refer to the need for a viability assessment?
There's just DM3, which is the affordable housing policy.
Okay, so would that remain there?
Yes. Yes, we consider it is unnecessary, but we're not, we're not doing a whole scale review. We didn't want to tamper or tinker where it was unnecessary. We didn't wish to change that.
Right. Anything from any of the participants on flexibility? Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, Mum. And yeah, Mr. Nellis may wish to expand his sort of specialism here in terms of the planning aspects, but I think our clients are mainly concerned, Mum, that at present it's not clear that those policies can be varied based on viability evidence, because there isn't that flexibility clause within the relevant policies. We fully understand it does not need to be in every single policy, absolutely not, but those policies with viability implications, we don't feel there's clarity at the moment, and that if robust evidence is presented, that those requirements can be varied. And given the concerns that we have, Mum, then we feel that is absolutely crucial. However, there's a wider point there, Mum, that it's not appropriate to simply defer viability to the application stage. The PPG is very clear that viability must be robustly tested at the plan making stage. And so notwithstanding the need for flexibility in those policies, because no matter how robust the plan making viability testing is, it can't account for every single circumstance. And as we know, market conditions change over the plan period. So there needs to be flexibility irrespective of the viability evidence. However, it's integral that that viability evidence at the plan making stage is robust, so that the policies have been demonstrated as deliverable by the majority of development. At the moment, Mom, we just feel like viability is going to be deferred to the application stage on pretty much every, if not all, instances. And so our first point is there needs to be a fundamental revisiting of the evidence. But secondly, that flexibility needs to be clear in terms of whether there is scope to vary those policies for viability reasons, and that clause in our view should be included in the relevant policies. But Mr. Nellis may just want to add further points there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nellis.
Thank you, ma'am. And yes, I pretty much agree with everything Ms. Gradwell has just said. And I've just got 2 comments to make, if I may. Largely in the context specifically of Taylor Wimpey's interest in one of the strategic sites, the North Lancaster strategic site, referred in the viability proposal as Res 8, so I'll refer to it for ease as Res 8 from here on in.
Okay.
My first point is a quick one, and it probably was more related to the previous question 8.4, but it's not a policy specific point, which is why I didn't raise it. But as we set out in our maths paper, it's not clear to us how the section 106 costs at table 5.10 of the viability appraisal P _ 20.1 have been arrived at. There's a particular phrase at paragraph 5.30 of that document that says the section 106 costs have been advised by LCC. Just a query, if I may, to the council, whether that is the city council or the county council. I'm sure it's probably clarified earlier in the report, but apologies, I've not read back. So it's just a point there of clarification. However, my main point is that those costs do not appear in any way to correlate to the costs set out in the updated infrastructure delivery schedule, which is part of the evidence base P _ 17. And I'd just like to then sort of link into my second main point, which is absolutely, as Ms. Gladwell just set out, that we feel that absolutely, in answer to your second question that I'm talking about on 8.6, that absolutely flexibility should be included within the policies, other policies within the plan. And if I may, I'd just like to use a practical example to illustrate why this is absolutely important. If I could refer you to document P _ 17, the updated infrastructure delivery schedule. The first project that's identified is IDP-ED-03. It relates to the delivery of a primary school within the Res 8 site. The anticipated cost is £4.5 million in the anticipated cost column, and the source for that is Lancashire County Council, hence my sort of point of clarification about where the overall costs have come from. In this updated version of the infrastructure delivery schedule, there's no indication given of how that will be funded by developments, other than in the funding anticipated or secured column, it suggests that contributions will be determined on an application basis using the education's contribution methodology. A quick point of clarification on that. My understanding is that the education's contribution methodology relates to school places and not build costs. And just to bring this all together in terms of a practical example, Taylor Wimpey currently have a hybrid planning application submitted under determination for the first phase of Res 8. That application's been in since June 2021, so well over a year now. And one of the main issues holding up determination is that there appears to be no sort of way of agreeing what the contributions towards the primary school are with the county council. Despite the best efforts of Taylor Wimpey and the city council to get the county council to engage, for a number of reasons, that's just not happening. The county council's main issue here is that how is the build cost for the school going to be funded, and the funding gap, how is that going to be paid for? in the adopted local plan, the equivalent contribution set out in the infrastructure delivery schedule is £900,000 of the total cost of 4.5 million. If I could just refer back to table, it's in document P_20.3, which is Appendix D to the viability appraisal, and that informs table 5.10 within the viability appraisal, which sets out the anticipated section 106 costs for each of the strategic sites. In the latest viability appraisal we're talking about today, the contribution to the primary school is circa 2.5 million. So that cost is being increased from the adopted local plan, infrastructure delivery schedule and viability appraisal from 900,000 to 2.5 million. The point I'm making is, or trying to make, after sort of I'll get to the point now. In practice, the issue is the county council want to know how the deficit will be funded before they're willing to engage and discuss and agree contributions. In terms of what Mrs. Clark has said today, I absolutely agree with some of the points she made, and that essentially was that it's up to the decision maker to accept reduced contributions. So in this particular case, the city council could accept a lower contribution, and policy DM58 absolutely allows for that. But we're having practical difficulties with that actually, and any decision being made on that. So policy DM58 does allow for contributions and affordable housing to be relaxed, the mechanism. And I note Ms. Clark's comments on not wanting to prioritise certain elements of the plan in terms of what can be relaxed, but fundamentally the point is the policy DM58 having that mechanism in and other policies not having that mechanism in does seem to prioritise that it will be affordable housing contributions and other planning contributions that will be relaxed as a priority. Now, that for me and for Taylor Wimpey takes away a lot of the flexibility that may be sort of inherent to the planning system, but I think to be effective, the plan as a whole should absolutely have those mechanisms within other policies, as we've discussed this week, not just in terms of viability, but there are several occasions that we discussed where there are other factors such as site constraints which prevent some of the new requirements being introduced from being delivered. So I appreciate that was a fairly long-winded way to get it, but I just thought it was important to demonstrate that that Taylor Wimpey's concerns, as well as agreeing with everything that Ms. Gladwell said today in terms of the consortium, it's the practicality element of it again, and just how effective will the policy and the plan be when it gets to the application stage. And I think to be effective, it needs flexibility within additional policies as well as policy DM58.
Thank you, Mr. Nellist. I'll go to Mr. Elwood and Mr. Berrant next, and then come back to Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, ma'am. So looking at policy DM58, there's a section that starts off assessing viability.
Mm-hmm.
And the first paragraph I think of that is really important because it seems to set a scene that essentially says that unless the development can provide the contributions through obligations or conditions that are sought by the plan as to be amended, then it would indicate proposal to be unacceptable and to be refused. And that is my understanding of how these sort of issues tend to be arrived at the DM stage. So even though that there can be a viability appraisal that follows, Let's just say, for example, that ends up in a situation where an applicant seeks to provide reduced affordable housing, say. That tends to be viewed negatively by members, and it means that kind of less positive weight can be afforded to the delivery of said affordable housing. So this is where I think it's really important that at the local plan stage that the policies are robustly tested to make sure that any such conflicts with that first paragraph can be minimized. And then the next sentence, next paragraph starts referring to material considerations. So there's one, I mean, particularly for employment development, the kind of the obvious implication of a suite of policies that makes unviable development even less viable is the likelihood of less employment being delivered in Lancaster. Obviously, Lancaster doesn't sit in an island. That probably realistically means that people that live in Lancaster will be looking to gravitate elsewhere to complete their commuting journeys, which then leads to even less sustainable travel patterns. So I do think it's important that we sort of have this wider context. And if a suite of policies is going to result in even less sustainable travel patterns to complete employment, I'm not sure that necessarily sits well within a climate change agenda. So I think it's important to recognise that that first paragraph of that section there is going to set in train an assumption that any developments that can't meet the policy requirements is going to begin to be viewed in a negative fashion, and it's then. I think the policy will be improved if it gives if it actually specifies greater weight to be set out. If you look at the start of the plan, it refers to objectives to make the district more sustainable. So I'm not necessarily convinced at the moment that this part of DM58 is going to assist in the delivery of employment development, for example, because we know already that that's non-viable. So a very rambling comment. I apologise for that, but certainly this part of the plan makes it absolutely clear the issues that are going to arise from what we see as a fairly fundamental lack of robust evidence in terms of the viability of employment development and how the policies are going to impact upon that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Ma'am. Still having problems, but I will soldier on. It really would support Mr. Nellis and Miss Gladwell really with regard to their points. But one further point really is with regard to those policies that are going beyond building regulations. And I think one point in terms of going forward is to actually remove in terms of that flexibility and have the certainty of just removing those policies where they're slightly differing between building regulations and going beyond those building regulations, and say actually what we're going to do is set those and have those and accept that building regulations and remove those policies that seek to amend and alter those. I think it's important to have the flexibility, but it's also important to show where there is that fixed cost. And actually, those elements of building regulations are going to be fixed costs moving forward. And I think that'd be really important. So I do think there's elements where you can have that flexibility, but I also think it's important just to ensure that there isn't that uncertainty in terms of differentiation policies between building regulations and what the council is seeking to achieve. So it's really going back to a point before, but it's really related to what's fixed and what's flexible. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam. Can I respond to a couple of points? First of which, dealing with Ms. Gradwell's point about the interaction between plan making and development management. It was suggested that there's a requirement for, quote, a robust viability assessment at plan making stage. The actual wording, Madam, is at paragraph 58 of MPPF, which is also repeated in the PPG in the section about development decision taking. And that the wording in MPPF isn't quite as forthright as suggested. It is that applications should be assumed to be viable if they comply with up-to-date policies, but that's then subject to what a decision maker does with that, and then has regard to change of circumstances, etc. And the weight to be given to the viability assessment is a matter for the decision taker. So it is always open to a decision taker to have regard to project-specific viability assessments, whatever has happened at the plan stage. All that the policy does is say there's an assumption that it is viable, which is a slightly different nuance for the proposition that you've got to do everything up front, otherwise somehow the plan isn't sound. That's a misrepresentation of how NPPF is set out. That's that point. The second point is the scope of policy DM58. If you turn, Madam, to paragraph 15.11 and the table, which is table 15.1, which follows 15.11, you'll see that that gives an example, a non-exclusive example of the sort of infrastructure which is caught by the term infrastructure in this particular plan. So it includes things like SUDs, like car parking, like electric vehicle charging points. So just to take the example that we just discussed a moment or two ago, DM62 and the requirements of DM62 would be encompassed by the term infrastructure, looking at table 15.1. So that when you look at the application of DM58, it includes a wide range of the sort of things that we've talked about today. And the intent of DM58 is to essentially allow, if there is evidence of unviability, a more nuanced decision to be taken in relation to a particular application if it's not viable with a particular piece of infrastructure being required. Now, where perhaps there is some degree of thought that's needed is if you turn to the third paragraph of DM58, it says, in particular, development will be expected to provide or contribute towards, and then deals with what sort of things that are encompassed by that, including infrastructure. But the viability section in the next section just talks about flexibility in relation to contributions. So let's just take Mr. Aylward's proposition. Let's say that there's a small business that's looking forward to bringing forward some electric charging points, but can't viably provide all of the electric charging points that might be inferred by policy. And there's a viability assessment that shows why that can't be done. Well, the flexibility that no doubt Mr. Aylward's client would seek would be flexibility of provision rather than contribution. So one suspects that the intention of that policy is to have additional flexibility for both provision and contribution, but the policy only talks about flexibility for contributions. And that, I think, is something we'll need to reflect upon behind the scenes. But the more important point is this policy is plainly intended to give the flexibility rather than having to do, as Ms. Clark set out in somewhat impassioned terms at the start of this discussion, that you don't need to do it in every single policy, in every single part of the plan, because this is dealing with the land use implications of all of the different requirements and saying, let's be sensible about it. And you can have an NPPF paragraph 58 type compliant viability assessment at the project stage. So 2 points in summary, the first of which is you don't have to do all the viability up front. It's an assumption in policy, not a presumption. And the second thing is that this is the policy that's intended to give that flexibility for both contributions and, I understand, for provision on site as well. So you've got the two different routes and 2 different points being made. Hopefully that's helpful, but on the latter point, then we'll take away as to whether there's a couple of additional words that need to be added to DM58 to make that clear.
Yeah, I've noted that intention to think about that. Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you,
Ms. Gradwell.
Thank you, ma'am. Just to come back on that first point very briefly, ma'am, the PPG and the NPPF are very clear that the purpose of the viability testing is to limit the need for viability testing at the application stage. Therefore, in order to do that, the policies that are introduced at the plan making stage need to be based on robust evidence so that the presumption is that the majority of development is viable. If there isn't that robustness at the plan making stage, it's not possible to limit viability testing at the application stage because it won't have been demonstrated that development can viably support the policy. So just to clarify our position there, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aylward.
Thank you, Mark. Well, first was thank you to Mr. Tucker for this sort of suggestion of commenting on provision as well as obligations. That would be helpful. I think we'd sort of we'd welcome that in general terms. I think our only further comment is really kind of aligned to what Ms. Scrabble has just said, because if we are correct in saying that the increased active charging exceeds market requirements, then really we're going to be walking into viability appraisals every time, and so there's going to be therefore the costs for the applicant of producing their own viability report and meeting the costs of the council's consultant, and to be frank, just the just generally wasted resource of those two parties and the case officer in doing so, which it just seems unfortunate, really, given that it doesn't seem to be the evidence now. But I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tucker.
It's a legacy hand, I'm afraid, madam. Sorry.
It's been a long session. Okay, thank you. So I wasn't intending to ask anything more about DM58. So unless anybody puts their hand up about DM58, I'm planning to move on. Equally with transitional arrangements, I understand some people have a view that there should be transitional arrangements and the council thinks not, beyond those that are in policy DM30A as a stepped approach, and those discussed earlier in matter 3. But anything further on transitional arrangements? Ms. Gradwell.
Just one very brief point, ma'am. In the council's hearing statement, there's a suggestion that the examination is providing extensive notice to the industry of the forthcoming approach and policy terms. It's expected that account will be taken of the prospect of emerging policies in land deals and planning applications which have not yet been made. Whilst that's correct, it's just coming back to this point, ma'am, that you can give as much notice as possible, but if the policies are not actually viable, it's not possible to account for them in land deals, because that land deal won't take place because you won't be able to agree a suitable land value because it'll have been depressed to such a level and that the landowner simply won't sell. So yes, we can give notice, but what's more important, ma'am, is the policies are actually viable in the first instance, which comes back to our central point, obviously, that we don't think that's been demonstrated.
Thank you, Ms. Gradwell. Anything further from the council on that point?
No, there isn't.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to item 6, which is the last item of this matter you'll be relieved to hear, which is dealing with the matter of first homes. And so the issue in this case is the approach to first homes consistent with national policy? And I asked a couple of questions in my matters issues and questions about, so this is going back to policy DM3, which we've already referred to today, which deals with the delivery of affordable housing. So can I ask the council, first of all, is policy DM3 justified and consistent with national policy and the planning practice guidance's advice?
The starting point is this policy was not within the scope of the review. The wording in terms of the tenure of affordable housing has only been changed to address the more recent requirements to deal with first homes. We feel that the change in the wording to affordable homes for sale and then the clarification within the supporting text is sufficient. However, if you're of the opinion that we do need to actually specify it within the policy, we can do so, and that would be just differentiating the percentage of homes for sale. So we would then have, say with the first point with 40%, it would be 25% first homes and the remainder back to intermediate tenure. And with the second element, 50%, we would change that to 50% first homes and 25% first homes and 25% intermediate tenure, if you felt that was necessary.
Mm-hmm. Any views from any participants? Mr. Barrett, I think this was one of your areas of concern.
It's really just in relation to the, I suppose, the sporting text really in paragraph 4.31, which I think does say, and the council have just confirmed it there, that the remainder of the homes will be delivered as shared ownership. Obviously, that doesn't reflect the wider definition of affordable home ownership that is set out within the Annex to MPPF, which does have discount market homes, which fall outside of first home. So there are other elements in terms of the non social rent side, in terms of both shared ownership but also other forms of tenure within that, and we believe that there should be some flexibility. There should be an allowance for those to come forward and recognition of those different tenures within the policy and within the supporting text.
Any comment on that from the council?
The first point is that the supporting text isn't policy. If the policy talks about the affordable homes for sale or intermediate tender, so that's where the flexibility is. The council's preference is for shared ownership. Shared ownership tends to be what is delivered for the ownership element of affordable housing within the district. We have had, in fact, I've been here 4 years now, and I can't think of a scheme where we've actually had a tenure other than shared ownership. If you're looking at a discounted sale to meet the affordable requirements, you're probably looking at a percentage reduction that far exceeds the 30% you would generally expect for shared ownership. So it's really just a matter of text within the support, within the background.
Mr. Barrett, you still have your hand up. Is that a legacy, or did you want to speak again?
It was a legacy, but I would just say, in terms of looking, it is about ensuring that there is the widest range of potential options and products that can come to market for those looking for affordable home ownership. So it is just trying to reflect what is set out in the MPPF. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Anything further from the council on that? No. I'll take that point away and think about it. Anything further on DM3 and first homes? Okay. So that concludes the questions that I have for matter 8. I'm sorry that it's overrun so much, but everybody had a lot to say, and I think it was worthwhile hearing it. Just in terms of the mop-up session, that was intended to have started by now. I appreciate the council might want to break to have a bit of lunch and to regroup, and I feel much the same. So would it be sensible to schedule a new time, Mr. Tucker?
I think so, madam, yes.
What would work for the council? And
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock?
3 o'clock, please.
Okay. If that could be updated on the website or on the break information on Zoom, so that people who are trying to watch could be made aware that it's not starting till 3, that would be helpful. Thank you.
And I suspect, madam, it will be the council's core team, so you probably won't have Mr. Houston for the 3 o'clock session, I anticipate.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I understand that. Okay, so 3 o'clock for the mop-up session, and hopefully that won't take too long. Mr. Tucker, you suggested this morning that there might be the possibility of sending through a document to me in advance of that meeting.
Yes, there's 3 documents, one of which is just simply a documentary framework to show how perhaps we deal with main modifications, which is process, not substance. The second of which is our list of action points that need to be picked up, and the third of which are mods that we've picked up as we've been going along during the course of this week. So hopefully those have been sent to the programme office. I'm seeing Mr. Brophy nodding. So hopefully you should have those to entertain yourself over the next hour. I do apologise.
Yeah, they've either been sent or just will be.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the next 45 minutes. So
sorry.
Good thing I'm a fast reader. Okay. Right. Well, thank you everybody who's been in the hearing this morning and into this afternoon for all your contributions. That's been very helpful. And the hearing is now adjourned. The mop-up session will start at 3 p.m. So I will see the council's team back here at 3 p.m.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We'll be starting again in a minute or so. Can I ask that you turn your cameras on, please, but keep your microphones on mute? Thank you. Right, the inspector's just about to join the meeting. Thank you.
Hello everyone, it's 3 o'clock and it's time for the mock-up session, just to go through where we are with all the action points. So I hope that break is going to disappear off the screen. Great, thank you. Okay, so during the lunch break, I received a document from the council which included matters arising out of each hearing day, proposed modifications by the inspector, and I also received an Excel document entitled Proposed Main Modifications Schedule. There was mention of a third document earlier, but that hasn't yet reached me. Mr. Brophy, are you...
Sorry, there are 3 documents, one of which is completely blank. It's just the general format we will use for the final version of modifications. But there's one which we call internal proposed mods that has our draft suggestions as to where the mods are at the moment. So there should be 3 documents.
I've received 2 emails, one of which was sent by the council to the programme officer at 2:28, which has the matters arising out of each hearing day. I've then received the Excel spreadsheet, which was sent at 2:44, but from the council.
There's an earlier one that was sent to the programme officer at 11:58, which is the one that's described as an internal working document. So the programme officer should have that.
Okay, Carol, are you in the meeting? Can you hear me?
Yes, I found it. I'm just going to send it straight through to you. Sorry about that.
Okay, so just whilst I'm waiting for that to come through, perhaps if we just go to the main modifications schedule, the Excel spreadsheet, first of all. So this would be in a spreadsheet for the purposes of the council putting it together, and then would be available in a format that was more readable to the public, I assume.
Yes, we'd translate it into a Word format appearance.
Okay. I would just suggest, for actual ease of use and to reduce the amount of width taken up by that and increase the width for text, is actually just merge columns B, C, D and E that deal with chapter, policy number, page number, paragraph number, so you can just refer to that more succinctly in a single column, and then that gives a little bit more space for if anybody's printing off the modifications to go through to try and understand what they look like. Okay,
thank you.
And then apart from that, how does the council propose presenting the modifications, given that we already have track changes?
Yes, I think the modifications are to the submitted document, and we have the clean version of the submitted document. So rather than trying to do something with the coloured track changes version document, otherwise we'll end up with coloured track changes upon coloured track changes. I think probably what we would use is the clean version of the submitted document with the modifications in situ in that, so that it would be apparent what we had changed to that clean version.
I don't know whether Mr. Tucker's come across any different eventualities in other places, given he's, I'm sure he's doing plans elsewhere. But my only concern about that is how those involved in the process and those wanting to make representations would actually understand what the changes were that were being made to the adopted plan in the first instance, and then what the changes were that were then proposed as a result of our discussion at hearings and my views on particular items. So don't know.
Certainly, I can't think of another example where the submission plan has the track changes within the submission plan, so that we then end up with subsequent track changes, although I'm sure there are some. It strikes me the only logical way to do it is to make sure that when we add the further modifications in, that they're in a different colour and that that's clearly indicated, I would have thought, on the footer of every page, so that anybody just turning to a particular page would know which are the mods and which are the submission versions. That's, I think, probably the only way in which one could do it, because the alternative of accepting all the track changes of the submission version and then doing the mods on top is going to then confuse people as to what it is that the submission version was.
Yeah, because that then if we had it so that it was the clean version with mods being put on top of it, you would hit the problem that I had when I first received the plan, in that I didn't know what I was examining with the clean version, because apart from occasional references to new paragraph, I couldn't tell what was being done, and I then had to look at the track changes. So I suppose, in addition to the footnote issue, which I think is a perfectly sensible approach from Mr. Tucker, highlighting to participants on every page that actually these are the colour of the changes, the council should also make sure that the header runs over each page. So at the moment in the Excel format, it won't do that. In the Word format, it needs to do that. So is that understood, Mr. Brophy?
Yes. Yeah, we know what you mean.
Okay. Yes. And if the council could just be careful in choosing its colours, in terms of people who have issues with colour blindness, for example, if the colour is too close to the original track changes colour, it won't actually be obvious.
Yeah, the original track color change is blue, and that leaves us with options which would include green and red, but again, green and red can offer challenges to people with color blindness. So we'll think on about finding something that works around having 3 colors. Yeah,
I am quite aware of the issue of accessibility, because I'm not sure whether the planning policy team will be familiar with it, but there is actually there are regulations in terms of accessibility of documents that local authorities and bodies such as PINS produces, and it's very difficult to make modifications accessible, and it's particularly difficult to make modifications accessible when they're being done in the way that these are to a plan review situation. So it may be the case that if somebody does have particular accessibility issues, the council should have a disclaimer, so that if anybody does need particular assistance during the modifications process, they contact the council, and the council provides the modifications in the format that best suits that individual. So it really has to be a kind of bespoke approach of saying, okay, what are you interested in? I'm interested in matter 3. I want to know about policy DM30A. Right, what's happening to it? Do you report it verbally? Do you go through each item one by one? Do you provide it completely clean format, the original, and clean format, the new version? It's completely up to that person and their particular accessibility needs, I think. Because I'm not sure how it's going to work for Lancaster otherwise.
Yeah, we'll make sure that people are aware that we'll be here to assist.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So anything more on the schedule?
Don't think so, no.
No, and I'm fine with the issue of having 2 different schedules, one for part 1 plan, one for the part 2 plan. Although they'd obviously be going out for consultation at the same time. You've also then got the any additional modifications the council wishes to make, and you've got the consequential changes to the policies map as well. Okay, so moving on to the matters arising out of each hearing day. Should we go through those matter by matter?
Yes, can do, yes.
Yeah, okay. So matter 1 seems a long time ago, but it was only early this week. Perhaps it's just Viability Day that did it. Okay, so from matter 1, I've got your list in front of me, thank you. So from session 1, procedural and legal compliance, you've made reference to the opening statement from the council going on to the document library, fine. Then we've got the local development scheme documents. We've got the same note on the need to provide those that have been in place since the beginning of the review process. We've then got the addition of the Blackpool signed statement of common ground, the duty to cooperate. And then we've got the policies map issues regarding any additional changes to the policies maps and the insets, and just double checking all of the new wind energy, green and blue infrastructure chains and corridors on there. And there was later reference in a further matter to the high risk urban catchments. That was a flood risk one, wasn't it, DM33? Yes. So yes, I'm in agreement with all of those. And then we've got the reference to dealing with clarity on the superseded policies. So is this a point where I need to go and look at the document that's just been sent through?
Has that been done yet? It's possibly not. It has. No, Appendix C has not been done yet.
Okay.
So it's a task. I think quite a lot of the tasks are like that. There's only a proportion of them that we've done yet, and quite a few of them have yet to have action.
Okay, but yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, that's all of the matter 1 issues, apart from a main modification to show policy CC1 as a strategic policy.
Yes, and I think we have already done that in the background. Right, have we? No. Sorry, yeah, that's, I beg your pardon. It is already. Do you want to? Yeah. Yeah, it is in the strategic policies and land allocations DPD. So
yes, but it's the neighbourhood planning list of strategic policies in Appendix C.
Ah.
Because if you were dealing with a neighbourhood plan, then you would need to know what you needed to apply.
Of course, yes.
And it's not included. So there's not every single policy in the strategic policies and land allocations DPD is listed in Appendix C. So yeah, if it can be included in there, please.
Yeah, we'll put in that as an extra action.
Okay. Thank you. So that's everything for matter 1. Matter 2. There was reference to all development should integrate. So we've both got that one. And then there was also a discussion about, let me go to CC1 for a minute. So in the paragraph before the criteria, there was discussion about introducing where appropriate after ensuring. So that would then read, this plan will support those ambitions by ensuring, comma, where appropriate, colon.
Have we got that one? Mm-hmm. Yes, we have got a note of that, and yeah, I think we have taken account of that, Susanna. Yeah.
Okay. Then SP4. So this is priorities for sustainable economic prosperity, and this was the bullet point on inappropriate locations and where they do not conflict with other policies.
Yeah, we're good with that one. We've made that
amendment. You've got that one. And then SP9, there was a modification to correct developments to have an apostrophe in it, which is probably one of the additional ones, but add to your list somewhere.
Yes, yeah, we've got that.
Yeah, and then DM57. Jumping around. So this is health and well-being, and it was what criterion 5 expected. So this was another matter of it was the where possible, where feasible, wasn't it?
Yes.
Issue. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll revisit the wording of criterion 5.
Yep. Okay. Anything else on matter 2?
Don't think so.
No. Okay. Then we've got heritage, matter 5. So, yeah, we've got this issue in the supporting text of DMCCH1. So that's about the classification of NDHAs. What would a historic building consist of? Then we've got some of the policy text, which was within the Statement of Common Ground with Historic England. So the 2 additional paragraphs that were in there to be moved into the supporting text and clarified so that they can assist the reader in how the policy would be applied. Ms. Hainsworth.
So I was just wondering whether it might be more appropriate to put that clarification of the NDHA process in the supporting text of the policy which deals with NDHAs, which I think is DM41, although I don't have it in front of me, rather than in DMCCH1.
Does it helpfully make a difference to that policy? The policy you've referred to, the development affecting non-designated heritage or their assets. There's no changes being made to policy DM41, I suppose, is the point I'm getting
the question now.
Yeah, and it just seems that if you were trying to read DMCCH1, you'd be referring to the supporting text of DMCCH1 to understand how it was applied. So I think I'll probably stick with where it was. Thank you. But thank you for asking that. So then policy DMCCH1. Okay, math for archaeology, didn't it? Okay, so we've got removing the reference to other plan policies. Yeah, it's rewording on removing and the requirements of other policies in the plan. And then we've got paragraph 50, the plans or the historic environment policies. Yeah, got both those. And then we've got the repetition of policy of paragraph 51 there. Anything more on DMCCH1? No? Okay, no. Cool. No. DMCCH2, micro renewables. So first thing is retention of the original policy title. So we'll reverting the policy title. And then was the conclusion of that both changed to in the setting, both title and first sentence? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then we've got the second criterion of the policy amended as proposed by the statement of common ground. And then we've got the issue of the below ground archaeology, and so the council's reflecting on the location of the text in DMCCH2 and whether that would be better placed in DM42, which deals with archaeology. So that's one to take away. Okay, anything else on DMCCH2? No, I don't think so. No. Okay. No, I didn't have anything else. Thank you. And then we go to implementation and monitoring. So there was the checking process of all the policy numbers being correct, remove any that are not needed because they've been deleted, and there were a few places where that had occurred, and whether there needed to be any new references to DM30A, B, C, DMCCH1, DMCCH2 as a result. Then there was the sub-objective on heritage-led regeneration, any reference to DMCCH1 and CCH2, and then indicators and targets. And then the next one was about the reference to DM3 first homes in the sub-objective on housing type, sizes and tenures. So both got that one. Yes. Yeah, and then there's also a target for that as well. And then the next one was the sub-objective, ensuring that new development is well designed, sustainable, etc. So DM62 needed adding there. And then securing the long-term sustainability of rural communities. So that was amending reference of DM30B to DM30 from, sorry, it should be DM30B. It was showing DM30C, and then amending the indicator. Okay, and then character. So then we're on to conserving and enhancing the district's heritage assets, etc. And that was about inclusion of DMCCH1 and 2 and relevant indicators and targets. And then the sub-objective, conserving and enhancing the district's heritage assets and their setting. So again, that's DMCCH1 and 2. And then there's an additional one here about tourism. And DMCCH1 and 2 there, and indicators and targets. Okay. Yeah, that you've got that one. Yeah. Yeah, we have. Oh, yes. Okay. Fine. Anything more on monitoring and implementation, or implementation and monitoring? No. No, I think we've got it. Okay, so then we're on to day 2. Finally. Okay, so then we've got DM 29. So there's the palette typo, replacing maximize with optimize. Yeah. There's the reference to clarifying summer and winter solar gain. There was also discussion about efficient use of land, which you've noted. Thank you. And then there was also an issue with duplication, which I think came up in the transport session on the key design principles, because that's the accessibility issues. And then there was adding the sustainable design and construction SPD into the examination library. Anything else on DM29?
No, we've got that list.
Yeah, that matches up with mine. Apart from, was it wrong plan? Criterion 7, if it was going to cross-refer to DM30C, should it cross-refer to DM30A, B, and C?
Yes, we'll make a note of that and do that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then moving on to DM30A. Okay. We've got, again, explanation of solar gain optimization and making sure the footnotes within the DPDs have active links. I didn't have that one. And then there is considering how the energy statement, the sustainability statement, the design and access statement all link together, and how that, whether there are differences between residential and non-residential. There was consideration of altering the date of the date used in policy DM30A in relation to the transitional period. So whether it was the same June 2023 date as the transitional arrangements for building regs. We've both got.
Taking a note.
Yeah, then there's so there's council. I've got a note on the council thinking about any requirements for changes of use and so on for major development. So I think that may tie in with how there are differences between residential and non-residential development. That's in the council's notes.
So that I don't think we've got that, have we?
So from recollection, this was going back to the issue, and I think it might have been Mr. Aylward who raised this. So it was the matter of, if you were doing a change of use of a building for employment development, or from employment development to something else, you might be in a situation where actually there's not much in the way of physical changes.
Yes.
And then there was discussion about whether you'd make the requirement energy status based. So was the energy use for the new use significantly higher than that of the old use? And Mr. Dark's got a hand up, but he's nodding at the same time. So
yeah, I think we've got it.
We got that in there.
I'm really sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Dark, at all.
There, how about that? A change in the energy status of the building or material change in use, as being perhaps a better indicator than significant construction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So if you can follow that up. And then there was also the mention this morning about regulated emissions. And so that was
that in under today's date.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And
that was to the policy and the supporting text, wasn't it?
Yes, policy and supporting text.
Yeah, so that would be, I think that would just help to clarify in both the policy text and the supporting text that where appropriate we put in regulated energy.
Okay.
And can I just ask one thing while I'm on DM30A? If I could just move new paragraph 19 up above new paragraph 16. And I've put that into the modification tables that we sent you.
Okay, well, I haven't had a chance to have a look at those in any detail.
Okay, well, it would be in that, and it would just be moving it above it and changing the wording to match so it goes into the next section, but it doesn't change the, yeah.
Okay, fine. I don't have a particular issue with that.
Okay, brilliant.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on DM30A?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. So then DM30B. So we've got maximise to optimise again. And then consistency in terminology with the green blue walls and roofs issue. And the council was going to add water related documents to the examination library that had been referred to on water efficiency. So United Utilities written statement in particular made reference to a number of documents, Northwest related water stress issues, and it would be helpful to have all of the documents that are referred to within both the council statement and the United Utilities supporting statement, to have those in the document library. So it's just a case of going through those documents and double checking what's in and what's not. Okay, and then there was also the consideration of sorry, we're jumping around between DM30C and B, but yeah, so that was I think everything I had on DM30B. Yeah, and then DM30C, I've got it's similar to the previous issue, DM30A, about major developments and changes of use and energy status.
Yeah,
which I think you've got that one. Yeah. And anything else on DM30C? Start.
Just in terms of DM30A, B, and C, just that where the sustainable design SPD is mentioned, that's harmonized across all the DPDs, because since we've submitted that, the SPDs have gone to consultation and their names have changed. So it's just to make sure that there's the correct SPD names throughout the.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So if you can just clarify that that's why it's changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And then are we on to DM53?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And right. So the main changes here were the changes to figures, the figures to remove the buffer zone, and then it was agreeing those with Lancaster University and also double checking everything against the policies map and its insets to make sure everything worked.
Yes, we have a little bit of work to do there on the policies map, but yeah, we'll make sure everything matches.
Okay, and then there was addressing. There was a point on the nationally designated landscapes, which you've got note of. There was a point on the M6 being included on the figure.
Yes, got that.
So people can tell where they are. There was a sort of an additional mods point just on the bullets, turning them into numerals or something with numbering so that people can use them in much the same way as the rest of the plan where it's mainly numbering. And then there was removing reference to pumped storage hydroelectricity. Yeah.
Yes. We were just wondering if there are other instances where we may have used bullet points, if we could just be consistent and get rid of the bullet points and use numbers.
I think that would be helpful. It's obviously for you to consider in terms of it's not going to be substantively changing it. It's not a main modification, but if you would, I know as somebody looking at different policies across the country, I certainly find it really helpful when I'm trying to talk about criteria. So yes, it would be useful. And I think largely that's probably the biggest policy where it's happened.
Yes, I
in
agree.
the review. Yeah. So yes, absolutely, if you wish to do that. And is there anything else on DM53? I don't think I had anything else on DM53. So
we're good.
That's matter 3. Okay, and then matter 4. So there was this sort of general amendments issue with the accessibility policies. Yeah, so that's been dealt with. Okay, so there was nothing on T2 that I had. Don't think the council had anything either. T4, there's a modification to the supporting text to discuss the issue of deficiencies in public transport and also what constituted high quality public transport.
We have that one, yes.
Frequency, you've got that one. And then SP10 and SG12 that were in that matter, and there were no changes. And then DM31, there was just a note to be done on air quality issues, which I was waiting, and I've noted that the council's included the reference. There's the reference to the World Health Organization standards, and there's also the issues around the AQMA. So that's fine.
Yeah, we'll talk to our environmental health team next week.
Yeah, and notice the reference to talking to Mr. Elwood and Mr. Nellist. And then there's the references to the Environment Act. Okay, and then DM60. There's the mod 2 criterion 2, i.e. removing it because it replicates what criterion 3 does. And then there's the modification to, I think it was criterion 8. That was to reflect 110B. You may already have done it.
We kind of know about that one. I'm not sure that our own note's clear. We'll do that.
Okay, and then DM6. So anything more for DM60? Nope.
Yeah, we had some consistency on the language for adaptive mobility and references to people with disabilities. So we just need to do a consistency check.
Yeah, that's just a consistency check across a few policies. So bit of word searching. Okay, DM61. So there was a modification to the final paragraph of the walking section, just to refer to the additional criterion that's in the text above. So at the moment it only refers to the first three. So if you've got the fourth criterion, you should be referring to it. Then there's don't think I had anything else for DM61. No? Anything from the council?
No,
Okay.
I think that's it.
Right, DM62. The council was going to provide the examination library with a copy of the draft SPD on electric vehicle charging, which you've got listed.
Yeah.
And then it was also considering ways to make the criteria under the electric vehicle charging points clearer. And then DM64, it was just dealing with the modifications I think that might have been proposed. Yeah, nothing further on DM64. Okay, anything else on matter 4?
No, that's our list complete.
Okay, and then so we've done matter 5, so we're on to matter 6, water management. Okay, so got the inclusion of the SPD in the examination library.
Yes.
Which you've noted, and then so reference has been made to updating PPG references where necessary. An eternal problem, I suspect, with the PPG.
Yeah.
Okay, DM33. So just going back to that. So this was one where I was having a think about it, wasn't it? And this was about the text that was discussed in terms of access, egress, play and recreation areas and gardens. So I'll probably come back to you on that in my post-hearings letter. In terms of other changes, so there was a change to take account of or refer to the SPDs, but not be in accordance with. So you've noted that one.
Yeah, we've got that.
And then there was the changes to so there were changes to criterion 3, F and G. So it was changing other sources to any in both and making reference to the framework and guidance, and then getting rid of the subsequent criterion 4.
Yeah, I think that's how we've understood it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then okay.
Criterion 4. Paragraph 4.
I think it was there were both of them were addressed, because there was DM33 to amend the 4th paragraph to say proposals for new development in areas at risk of flooding from any sources, and
Yes.
then as defined by the National Planning Policy Framework, and then taking out and surface water and groundwater flooding, because you've referred to any sources beforehand.
Yes, we've got that.
Okay. And then 3, there was the reference to site-specific FRAs and the requirements of national policy and guidance and climate change. And then going back, so you've got here, explore the inclusion of additional wording in the 4th paragraph to read, will be required where there are opportunities to. So where there are opportunities to meet the following criteria. So that's one for the council to think about.
We've got that noted, yeah.
Yeah. And then criterion 6. So that was take opportunities to, and that will be added in before reduce. And then criterion 9 was reverting back to the original wording in criterion 9 to say should rather than must.
Yes, we have that.
Yep. Okay, got that. And then we've got the policies map issue with the high risk urban catchments. And then the figure. Is there any amendment to the figure there? Figure 9.2.
No.
Was there reference to the indicative? Was there an there's an interactive map on that one, isn't there? Is that one you can look at on the website or not?
Yeah, there is a clarification required, but I'm not sure we have a note of it here. But yes, we know there's something to be done there.
Yeah. Okay. And then yeah, there was an issue with subject to change from the mapping.
Yeah.
And then anything else on DM33?
Don't think so. We got the lot, Fiona. Yes, I think we've covered everything that we had.
Okay, and then DM34, we've got so this is from paragraph 3. Below ground attenuation will only be permitted where, and there's the council suggesting removing above ground from there.
Yes, we've got that.
But so would only be permitted where SUDs have been demonstrated. Okay, and then reference to the updated Environment Agency climate change allowances.
Yes, we've got that.
Okay. And then DM36, I don't think there were any modifications put forward.
No, we have nothing for DM36 noted.
No, and I've thought about the point on the groundwater that I think United Utilities had put forward, and I don't think I'm going to be asking for a modification in that respect. Okay. Anything else on matter 6?
No, that's everything.
Okay, thank you. And then matter 7, green and blue infrastructure. So the council was going to provide a note on green and blue infrastructure corridors and chains, and then looking at the figure and the criteria that we use to define these chains and corridors. So you've got that one down. Yeah. And then there was also a modification to the supporting text to direct people to the interactive mapping, which you've included. So nothing else on that one. Anything from the council?
No, we okay with that? Yeah, no, that's everything on that one.
Okay, thank you. Nothing on policy SC5, policy SP8. So this was a potential main modification on what development would be affected by this policy and what would be expected of development, i.e. could it protect, enhance, maintain, etc., all at the same time.
Yes, we've got some work to do on that policy, so yes, we will do that.
Yeah, and then you've got the mod on the Environment Act as well there. And then there was there anything else on SP8? I didn't have anything else.
No, nothing else.
No, okay. DM27, the only thing I had was adding the open space and the playing pitch studies to the examination library, which is what you've got. Then DM43, it was again the development point, really. It was the same issue as SP8. I think, in terms of what development was caught by it.
Okay. I don't think we've made a note of DM43, have we? Yeah.
So I think it cuts across both of them, really.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we visit DM43.
Okay, and then DM45. So the council was going to talk to colleagues regarding hedgerow regs. And issues there, just in terms of consistency throughout the policy and supporting text for clarity.
Yes, we're now clearer on that. We'll send a note through.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then we're on to matter 8. Anything more on matter 7?
No, nothing else.
Okay, thank you. So matter 8.
Was there something, Susanna? Oh, we do have one relating to policy DM45, where we noted that we might have a query, but we weren't sure what we meant to DM45. Council to have regard to how you move through the policy. So we picked up that there might have been a lack of clarity on how you use policy DM45. I don't know if you had a.
Well, I think the issue is that it was. Let me go back to DM45. So it was the issue of talking about trees and hedgerows consistently, really, throughout the whole policy. So I think it was particularly as you got to provision, and then it was that last bit where it's saying the council will expect the planting of new trees, street trees, hedgerows and woodlands to take place where appropriate, planting the right tree in the right place throughout the district. Well, just thinking about hedgerows as trees, so perhaps just changing that wording, thinking about what you're doing the whole way through the policy, and then you're reaching the end and you're trying to get somebody to deliver something. What are you actually trying to get them to deliver? So I think that was it, really.
Okay.
Okay. On viability, so the notes I made this morning, primarily there was the point from Cushman and Wakefield about the discrepancies that they identified, and so it was for the council, so Cushman and Wakefield, to provide their list of discrepancies, pass those to the council, and then discuss those and report any particular instances where the council felt there was a need for clarification, to report back to me at that point.
Yes, we're alert to that, and we'll do that.
Yeah, okay. And then so we've already got the one on regulated energy for DM30A. I think we discussed that earlier. DM30B, there's the green blue roofs and walls issue that was also that was covered in DM30C, but also needs to be done in DM30B. And then there was the point about policy DM58, which is the policy that deals with viability. So that was the issue about provision and contribution in different places. And the council was looking to deal with that, particularly with reference to provision.
Yes, we've noted just that.
Yeah, okay. And then I'd said, I think on policy DM3 that I'd go away and think about it. Okay, so in terms of timing for producing all of those, adding all those documents to the examination library, thinking about all of that work and producing those modifications, what kind of timescale is the council looking at for doing that work?
Some of them are relatively easily done and could be done in a day or two. And I think some of them might require some liaison with third parties. So perhaps if we could promise by the 20th of October. Does that sound feasible?
You're not getting many shakes of the head from the office.
Well, perhaps a target date of the 20th of October.
Yeah. Is half term in Lancashire the week commencing the 24th?
Yeah, that could be the issue. Yeah.
Is it, which week is half term?
It's the next week. So that
is
would
the
be
week of the 24th through the 28th.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, shall we aim for an interim provision of documentation by, say, Friday the 21st of October? Yes. So 2 weeks today. And then if there are things that haven't yet been achieved, if I can have an update on whether, the council's still working with Cushman and Wakefield on this, or we're dealing with another party on that, that would be helpful. But yeah, if I can have a schedule of the main modifications as far as they've reached, and any updates on any remaining action points by the 21st, that would be helpful. And in the meantime, I will be thinking about the various points where I've said at different points this week, I'm going to go away and think about that. And I'll be working on producing my post-hearings letter, just on any further main modifications that I consider need to be made. I don't want to jump into making those main modifications verbally to you today, because certainly in terms of anything relating to viability, I need to go away and reread things in the light of what's been discussed extensively today. So I would hope to get my post-hearings letter out as quickly as possible. In terms of specific dates, I can't promise anything, because obviously post-hearing letters also need to go through the ministry, through the department, and that, so I can't give a specific timescale, but please do rest assured I will be thinking about it and working on it in the same period of time that you will be working on the main modifications. Does the council have an ambition in terms of when it might want to go out for main modifications consultation? Is there a preferred 6-week period it has? I'm just thinking about Christmas.
Yeah, we clearly would like to do it promptly, so that we have it closed before the holiday period begins. So I'm not quite sure what date that would look like, but it looks possible at this point in time that we might be able to achieve that.
Okay, well, I will keep in touch with you by the programme officer, and I'll bear in mind that that desire to move on with main modifications consultation as promptly as possible. And then obviously after that, it would be a process of a number of weeks in terms of getting the report finalised and turned around to the council. Okay, so that would realistically be sometime in the new year.
Yes, yeah, we anticipate that.
Okay, fine. Is there anything further that the council wanted to raise just in terms of the action points?
Just in terms of there may have been other matters that we would like to make a modification to the plan to, which didn't get explored necessarily. I'm wondering in terms of updating text, minor modifications. There will be other smaller items which you haven't mentioned today.
If there are additional modifications that the council wants to make, I mean, they're for the council to choose to make them. It may be sensible for me to see them purely from the perspective of saying whether they are additional or whether they're main modifications, and therefore which schedule they go in,
Yes.
and why they're being made. So if, as the council goes along, it makes note of those additional modifications, and I'll just see all of the schedules together.
Thank you.
In due course. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Anything further before we sign off?
Just on that point, presumably you'd like them marked so that those were matters that weren't specifically discussed, madam, just so you're aware of what the differences are.
If you can just highlight in perhaps in a column at the end after the amendment to say that the council has chosen to make this and the reason why it's chosen to make this. So either it's to be consistent with some other part of the plan or to be consistent with the framework. And, you know, it wasn't raised at the hearings, but in going through matters, it's been identified. That would be helpful. Okay. Yeah, fine. Okay. Anything else?
No, not from us.
No. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Have a good weekend, everybody.
And you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Thank you. Bye-bye.